Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. pubsportsradio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make it right? Can Res Mall make it right to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoking Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is a great. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one. They're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicap a more dapper than a Dom. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. You want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 7th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Great to see all of you guys. We're having a very strong week, much needed strong week, and we need more glory. Shout out to Stacks, play of the days, man. Unbeknownst to Justin and I, our action is correlated beautifully It's a pretty big college basketball card for you to only have 2 stacks and me to only have 5 bets. And I have the first halves on both of Justin's full games, which is an excellent sign. We have Gorki in the house. Houston, Memphis money line parlay for him amongst Euro basketball. He Olympiacos, Barcelona, and Milano. He'll be coming on and discussing that money line parlay as well as CFL with us. We have a massive show today. I'm going to rock NHL with you guys. It has not gone well to start off the year. I've dealt with this before, and you want to have confidence in your angles, and that you start questioning yourself when you're not succeeding. But I know where I'm going to end up, and that's healthy in the black, like I am every year. So I'm just going to power through and fire through, but certainly not pleased with how things are going. I can't win a shootout or overtime game to save my life. I mean, when you're hitting at 10% and shootout and overtime, you know that's going to change. Just going to take it one day at a time, but not pleased with how that's going. A lucky lefty in the house. Cream, get the money. Man. Welcome, my friend. Great to see you. Irish King, ready to get to work. Pig milk from our Billy Friedrich says he's ice cold with pig milk. Look, we watched pig milk absolutely annihilate last year for a full calendar year. So we believe in you enormously. Unconditionally. We know that you're going to take care of business here. Let me get pig milk set up for us. Pig milk, Kansas money line. We have Daby Cab joining us for college basketball. That'll be second right after NHL, and Daby Cab will be attacking that game. And then I've got 5 games that I've chosen, 2-1 so far with this early season system I've been rocking. 5 more fit the bill. Actually 6, but 1 wasn't available. We'll see if that becomes available at some point today. Maybe we can still discuss it. I imagine that it will. I was surprised that it wasn't available at any of the books at this point. I mean, small schools, but then we have Four-Headed Monster for NBA. Wine Time Sports, Justin McKelvey and Billy Brisbane for this massive NBA card. Then we go into college football and CFL. That is our plan of attack. SF Austin here as well, and more college basketball action from Billy Friedrich. Let's make sure we got this all copied and pasted before we attack this massive card here. There's the Goracle. Thank you for the dono, my friend. Blessing our action. Top set. Chef Tony, Robert McCormick, Irish King catching a 5-pick NHL player prop parlay back-to-back days. I love to hear it. Res Mob C Dollar says, why is the Magic favorite over the Celtics? Celtics are a questionable group, although we did cash with them minus 12.5 beautifully, easily last out. We'll talk all about that. C Dollar. We got Big Scott, SIU Edwardsville, UTSA first half under 72.5. There's Ronnie Lofton in the house. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Res Becht, play of the day from Res Mob, starting to roll. I love to see it. We have Justin McKelvey on the SIU Edwardsville plus 6.5. That does start 1:30 p.m. Eastern, so it starts an hour and 20 minutes here. Get this all locked and loaded here. BT, nice to see you, BT. Mr. Sparkle, Xavier Oliver, Irish King says, let's go Rough Riders. I'm excited about that game. You know I'm on the other side of that one. But if you are right, Irish King, and it is the Rough Riders, Alouettes in the Grey Cup final, let the best team win. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's roll. Blaze Baby. They are overly long. And, there's a lot on the line. You have your whole family, your whole life on the line. So sometimes they're not quick caps. I don't know what to tell you. 9 Legacy in the house. Flank steak play of the day is in. Let's get this copied and pasted here so we can rock and roll here. Get everybody's action. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. And let's get right to work. We start in the National Hockey League. Now, Rangers, Detroit Red Wings. And AM has a angle that takes him to the Detroit Red Wings. And I understand the angle. 3+ game winning streak snapped. fade them again. I want to back the New York Rangers. They're 6-1-1 on the road, but this is the first of a back-to-back, so I will only back them if Shesterkin is in the lineup. So let's roll here. Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm going to have to get this. There we go. Here we go. So let's roll. So I don't know if it's Shesterkin. We need confirmation on Shesterkin. Justin McKelvey already on the Rangers. Look, I'll take Johnny Quick. I just want the line that will be associated with him coming in, which I imagine they'll move 10 to 20 cents towards the Red Wings. So we know that Quick's going to play one of these games. Quick confirmed. Thank you, Big Scott. There you go. Brian Palmer says Rangers money line best bet of the day. So with Quick in, I'm going to wait here. Thank you, Big Scott. I'm happy that I didn't move initially. And I'll have to really think about whether or not I want to move. Maybe it's best letting this go and backing the Rangers tomorrow night when they host the Islanders. Now, it is at Madison Square Garden where they have been unable to score goals. Look, I know that Quick came off a shutout. I don't believe it. I don't expect it to happen again. So I may not move on the Rangers. Look, I need Shesterkin in goal. I want to bet the Rangers often as we move forward here. Trocheck's still gone. Vukanainen traveled with the team. He may play tonight. He's only missed one game. The Rangers are not scoring. Look, they're snake bit. And I need arguably the best goaltender in the world between the pipes if I'm going to back them. And I'm going to sit here and believe that they're just going to roll again with Quick. That was the Vancouver game. Vancouver was just completely like they are. They're getting a little bit healthier, but they have no depth at center. There are tons of injuries. They had no Quinn Hughes, and they didn't score a goal. And we hammered the Rangers money line and -1, and Johnny Quick in that didn't hurt us, but it will hurt us. I don't know if I can back Johnny Quick. I don't. This total opened up at 5.5, heavily juiced to the over. Now it's -112 to the under here. It is at 6. Let's get to the money line here. Just 4 games in the National Hockey League before we get into college basketball. The Rangers are now +109. So, that's what I was saying. Like, if you're going, when you're capping NHL, you have to be, hyper vigilant about the schedule, and just like you guys are in NBA, and first half back-to-back, second half back-to-back, you have to study, the goaltender routine, who's playing when, how many games is the starter playing before the backup comes in. I'm not against, you know what, I got him getting negative about Johnny Quick. I know he's not that goalie that shut out the Canucks, but +109 now, now that's a legit number. Now that's a real number. I honestly think here that I would prefer just hammering the Rangers tomorrow night. Especially if they lose to the Red Wings. Having Shesty back in that. I'm not a guy who trusts the Islanders. We'll get into that cap here shortly. Nate Dogg 420 in the house. Frank Virginia, Martez Denny. And there is Lucky Lefty on the Red Wings first period money line. And AM on the Red Wings money line -107. And we did a snapped winning streak bet against. I get it. Jermaine in the house. Great to see you, Jermaine. So back to the Rangers. 31st ranked power play. Second worst National Hockey League. 11.1%. 83.3% penalty killing. Ranked 9th. Detroit power play ranked 9th. 22.7%. And penalty killing 87.2%. Ranked 7th. Don't worry, Jay Peasy. We'll heat up. Like we always do. Jay, my man. We just stay the course. Stay focused. So let's talk about the Red Wings. They finished a long 5-game road trip with a 1-0 loss at Vegas on Tuesday. This is game 1 of a 4-game homestand. I want to fade teams in that situation. Now, they did get the extra day rest. If this was a Thursday night game, they returned on Wednesday, it would be an immediate fade. Patrick Kane is expected back in the lineup against the Rangers tonight. He's had 9-game absence due to upper body injury. Look, I want to fade a team on their first game back home. I want to back the Rangers. I think they're better than their record indicates. But I'm not going to do that with Johnny Quick in that. So I'm going to sit with that a little longer, study Johnny Quick a little longer. But I think that I must stay off of this spot here. Nate Dogg 420 on Detroit money line. DeBrincat goal and Larkin assist. Big Daddy Boom moving on the Jets on the puck line. I don't think I'm going to fade the Sharks again. Personally, I just they're better than the market gives them credit for, and maybe the market will correct themselves in 2 or 3 weeks. I just don't feel like it. So yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I wanted to be involved in this one, but I am out. Let's roll on to game 2 here on the card, and it is the Minnesota Wild 5-7-3, 2-4-1 on the road. The New York Islanders 6-5-2, 4-2-1 at home at UBS Arena, Elmont, New York. We don't have our guy Jose Bouquet. He's in Miami at a bachelor party. He's going to try to join us from the golf course today. But I will be doing the graphics, so let me know if I slip up and fall behind. Jesper Wallstedt versus David Riddick, in that Wallstedt is not to be trusted, but the Wild aren't to be trusted. 1-0-2 is Wallstedt, 3.44 goals against average, 863 save percentage. Brian Palmer on the over 6.5. You know, that makes perfect sense with what we've been seeing from these two teams. A lack of defense. And I have a vividness bias that tells me these teams can play defense. This line has moved, opened up at 135, now minus 149 for the Islanders, 14 cents of movement there. And when we get to the total here for this one, we have this sitting at a 6.5, minus 110 to the over. It opened up minus 101 to the over, got up to minus 114 to the over. It's 4 cents of buyback, but I completely understand why you guys are on the over. Justin McKelvey on the over, Jim Dewigger on the over. I probably would have been on this with you already, but I can't. I have a bias. These have been under teams for me for years, and they are clearly not that. And this Wild defensive group is not nearly as good as I had expected it to be. So let's discuss this. Stan Lynch, great to see you, Stan. Been a while. Says Islanders won last meeting 3-1 at home. Minnesota has the 4th-ranked power play in the National Hockey League. And the Islanders' penalty killing is not terrible, but it's not good. Nothing they do well anymore. Pelican Pullock just did not take the next steps that we had expected. There's our guy, Jay Peasy, with the dono to bless our action. I can still somehow look at this cup and drink from it, even though I don't even want to talk about what happened last week. But Jay Peasy, if any team is going to win over my team in a 7-game series to rip our beating hearts out of our chest, I'm happy it's your team. JPZ, my man. JPZ. Now it's Troy Torrance rocking with us. Let's get back to work here. The Islanders have 15.2% power play. It's weak. It's ranked 25th. It's not, they have the right pieces. You have a Horvat that can win the faceoff. You have a Barzal who can play and distribute, but also, be on that top of the circle or the hash mark. Then you have, the D'Angelos and the Schaefers that are supposed to be able to take care of business, but it's just not working for whatever reason. But let's focus on Minnesota first. They're on the second half of back-to-back after falling 4-3. Carolina last night snapped a 2-game winning streak. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. They just can't be backed here. Mats Zuccarello has a good chance of returning to the lineup tonight. Now, what's that going to do? I mean, he's 38 now. We know he's an offensive wizard, a Norwegian wizard. But in saying all of that, he's getting a little old in the tooth. He's supposed to replace Marcus Johansson on the top line with Kaprizov and Marco Rossi, and they love him. People love the Zuccarello. I'm just not sure how much menace he will provide. They continue to be without defenseman Zach Bogosian and center Nico Sturm. Islanders had their 2-game winning streak a snap. They fell 4-3 to the Bruins in a shootout on Monday. They're playing without Ethan Bear, right winger Maxim Shabanov, and left winger Pierre Engvall. I think you guys are right. I mean, how do goals not get scored in this game? The Islanders aren't stopping goals from being scored, and the Wild are playing with no defense whatsoever. And now, I mean, do they tighten the ship up a little bit because they're clearly playing terrible? I mean, this is a team that's won 5 times in regulation in 15 games, won twice in regulation on the road in 7 games. It's not working what's happening, but do you expect them to shut the door with Wallstedt in that? I think you guys are right. I think you guys are right. I'm generally not an over-better, but I think you guys are right to expect goals here. I don't know why we wouldn't see them. Frank Virginia says Islanders in 60 minutes feels like the play. I don't want to back this Islanders team ever. I watch them play. They look very susceptible. They're not built the way they used to be built, goaltender out. And, their defense is very erratic. You have this 18-year-old superstar, taking over from Dobson. The whole thing just doesn't work for me. The Stan Lynch says, I bet the Trotz Isles unders for years. Hard to break that habit. And I bet wild unders for you. The whole thing just, but I think you guys are right. I think the 6.5 makes sense, and I'm interested. Let's talk about the final two games here on the board. I've moved on both of these games, and I may add, I want to back the Chicago Blackhawks on the money line, but I'm hesitant. This is game 5 of a 6-game road trip. Opened up with 3 losses. We backed them at plus 140 in Vancouver, and we got the bag there. It was 0-0 going into the third period, and it was an electric third period. Over-bettors must have rejoiced. Under-bettors must have punched holes in walls. 7 goals were scored in the third period. Bertuzzi had a hat trick in the third period, and Bedard got his first win in Vancouver. Scotiabank Saddledome here. So you have a Blackhawks team that's clearly playing a little better than we had expected, playing more than the sum of their parts. I thought the Flames were going to be trash this year, and they are. They are playing badly, but they're coming off their second straight win. This is a mini 2-game homestand, so they have, they take off here. But game 5 of a 6-game road trip is sort of when a team is kind of beaten down, and we just cashed with them, and I'm hesitant. I was planning on backing the Blackhawks, and then I got to the point where it's time to press the button, and I just couldn't press it. I'm not saying that I'm not going to press it at this point. Want to hear what you guys are doing. I am on the under 6 in this one, and we'll discuss that. But AM's on the Blackhawks money line plus 130. It's the blow up bet, a team that just blew out its previous opponent by a 3-goal margin or more, and do so only if the team in question is a road underdog. The biggest jewel in the house. Welcome, my friend. Let's get this money. So the Blackhawks, let's go through this road trip, and let's talk about the Blackhawks, and let's talk about the line. Let's do all of this here. This game just feels like it's full of volatility. In saying that, I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I just think it's a coin flippy situation with these two teams. And if it's a coin flippy situation, then why wouldn't you be on the dog? If I'm a volume better, why wouldn't I be on the dog? I've thought all about this here. We have the Blackhawks opening up at plus 128. They're now at plus 130. So line's doing nothing. Market's doing nothing. Total wise, I moved on the under 6. Some sharp books have the under 6 juiced. The book that we're using for our line shop in BOL has moved 2 cents towards the under, just 2 cents. So not much happening there. The Blackhawks have the 17th ranked power play, 19.5%, and they have a pretty good penalty kill, 81.5%. Calgary's power play is very weak, ranked 29th, 13% power play, and their penalty killing is 18th, 77.8% penalty kill. I don't expect the power play to do much damage from either team. But let's talk about the Blackhawks spot. 6-game road trip. So they open it with a 6-3 loss at Winnipeg last Thursday. So we're talking about 8 days ago. Then they lose 3-2 in overtime at Edmonton on Saturday. Then they fall to Seattle 3-1 on Monday. They come up to Vancouver and we back them. For the first time on the trip, we back them and they take care of business for us. Now this trip concludes in Detroit on Sunday. They're still playing without Jason Dickinson. And my concern here is just that the Flames feel good about themselves. It's been a tough year. Sometimes you weigh that, you carry that weight when you walk into the facility. Speaking of the facility, the Saddledome is not up to snuff, man. It's not a good enough facility for the National Hockey League. In saying all this, I guess I could move on the Blackhawks, but I wouldn't be doing it with a ton of conviction. And I don't think I will. I do think that these are two very, very good young goaltenders. Spencer Knight is showing it. He deals with OCD, and he had to go into the player, whatever it's called, the facility for mental health and addictions, and he found his way through it. It obviously affected him heavily in Miami. And, a lot of times when people deal with OCD, they hit the bottle because it calms them. They think it calms them. And that's what happened to him. So he fell apart in Miami, and he's really stepped up. That was beautiful, Mel. Absolutely beautiful work last night on the Penguins' first period. So, and Jim Dewey said, I loved it when they were in the Calgary Corral before the Saddledome. Well, you know what? Back in my poker playing days, we would plan this all out. We would all get to the table about 45 minutes to the Saddledome Casino. We'd get to the poker table about 30 minutes before the game ended, 25 minutes before the game ended. Then the drunks come out of the hockey game and we attack them on the poker table. Those were great times. Here, I think that these two goaltenders, Dustin Wolf's better than the numbers indicate. We're starting to see that now. And I'm on the under 6. I'm on the under 6 here. Gooey McDougal says, road tripping through Alabama, heading to the Midwest. Best part of the trip is when it hits 11 a.m. The game plan. This card today, let's kick it off with a bang. Flames and the under. Flames first period and third period money line for Mr. McDougal. Safe travels, my man. So for me, Matty Ice, yes, OT is just the killer of unders, man. You deserve the better fate there, Matty, my man. Blackhawks Flames here. I'm on the under 6. I really believe in these goaltenders. The Flames know what has been working in this mini 2-game winning streak, and it's playing defensive, accountable hockey. And look at that Blackhawks Canucks game. If you were on the under, you were right. You know, there was a late explosion, some empty net goals. It was just, you were right. And I think the Blackhawks are going to continue playing that defensive style of hockey that has changed their trip, right? They opened the trip with a 6-3 loss at Winnipeg, and then 3-2 in Edmonton, 3-1 in Seattle, and then that would have been an under as well. Yes, Coin, that was huge, making sure that it was Wolf and not Cooley. I went through the routine of how they're cycling in their Cooley's only played twice this year, and I thought that Calgary would want to keep this winning streak together. So I kind of bet that would happen. So that's it. I'm on the under 6. Let's move on to the final spot here on the NHL slate before we get into a monster basketball game. We are opening up NCAA with Kansas Jayhawks and North Carolina Tar Heels, and Daby Cab will be joining us. I like hearing that, Steve. I like hearing that. So I love this hockey game. Winnipeg Jets at San Jose Sharks. Jets 9-4-0, 4-1-0 on the road. Sharks 5-6-3, 2-3-3 at home. We're at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Connor Hellebuck is doing what he does every regular season, Vezina type season. 2.31 goals against average, 922 save percentage. And then you have Yaroslav Ask About Me. And I'll tell you, I believe that this guy has got enormous talent. I don't know why Trotzy didn't like him. I trust Trotzy. Trotzy drafted him 12th overall and didn't want him in the franchise. I trust Trotzy. But this guy clearly has skills, and I expect him to keep showing out. Yaroslav Ask About Me. Winnipeg power play at 22.7%, 10th in the league. Their penalty killing is 4th in the league. The Sharks power play is getting better as it goes, 21.3%. Their penalty killing is a problem at 25th in the league at 71.7%. We have AM here. Sharks money line says snapped winning streak. Bet against the team whose winning streak of a length of 3+ was just snapped in the previous game. Make the bet only if the team you are betting as a money line is better than -150. Nate Dogg 420 on Celebrini to score. And Stan Lynch here is leaning towards the under 6.5 and on the Sharks +1.5. Shout out to Markel in the house. We got Wager Detective rocking with us as well. And Stanley's just Celebrini tied for the scoring lead. You should have seen how late I got him in the hockey pool, man. It's beautiful. Steve G, Jets -1. So this is my thought process behind my bet in this game. And let me just set up the line. This total is at a 6.5. It's -120 to the under. It has not moved. And the money line here is -190 on the Winnipeg Jets. It also really hasn't moved. It opened right at -190. It got up to -202, and then it's come back to -190. The Jets opened this 6-game road trip with a 3-0 loss at the Kings on Tuesday. Lost snapped that 3-game winning streak. They're playing without centers Gustav Nyquist, Morgan Barron, and Cole Perfetti. Now, Nyquist can also be a winger, and they're still able to have some depth at center, some quality depth at center. It sounds worse. Like I'll hammer teams that are missing 3 centers like I'm doing with the Canucks, but you take Hedl and Bluger, those are your second and third line centermen. It's much more devastating than Perfetti, who's been out all year, and Nyquist and Morgan Barron. Shout out to Fat Wally in the house. Robert Cherry, good job catching them Bruins last night, man. So the Sharks coming off their third win in 4 games, 6-1 at the Kraken on Wednesday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They host the Panthers tomorrow night, and they're playing without Willie Eklund, a top 6 forward. Ryan Reeves, who's a tough guy who won't play most nights. Michael Misa, of course, second overall pick, and Nick Leddy, an important defenseman. But they've handled the injuries to defense. I don't think it's the San Jose Sharks that dictate the pace. I think it's the Winnipeg Jets. Now, everybody knows what Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith are doing. Everybody knows. Toffoli is a nice vet to have on that line. It's a very fun line to watch. And the San Jose Shark fans are very lucky that they get to watch this team and watch Mr. Celebrini. I am on the under 6.5 at minus 120 in this one. The Jets know they have to stop Celebrini. This Sharks team just put up 6 goals. This total is based on Sharks games. But even if you look at what the Sharks are doing when they're succeeding, the games have become lower scoring. And look, they just allowed the Kraken 1 goal. We got the respect play of the day. Let me copy and paste it here. Thank you, Rez, my man. So I'm on the under 6.5 at minus 120. I believe that the Jets are a veteran-laden team. And Celebrini is going to be tracked everywhere he goes on the ice. Not only Celebrini, but also Will Smith. Also this first line. Also, when are the Sharks attacking right now? This power play is getting better. It's climbing the ranks every single game. And we have the 4th-ranked Jets power play. We have Connor Hellebuck in it. I put this all together here, and I think that the 6.5, it should have been a 6. It should have opened up at a 6. It should be a 6, open up at a pick'em, and it should move to minus 120, minus 125 to the under. That's how I see this, because I see the Jets dictating pace, and that pace being no room. Can't give these kids any room. There can be no room on the ice. I can hear coach talking about it. You do not give them any space whatsoever. You shut down space at all times. We mark Celebrini and Will Smith everywhere they go. So I'm on the under 6.5 at minus 120. So I have the under 6 at minus 106. No, minus 105 in Blackhawks Flames, and I have the under 6 at minus 120 in Jets Sharks. I think you guys are on the right track on this over 6.5 in Minnesota New York Islanders. I do. I really do. And so I may add that. And then I like the Blackhawks, but I just think it's a pretty volatile spot. I would have been on the Rangers if Shesterkin was in net. But come on, like Johnny Quick's going to throw another shutout. I find it impossible to believe. Why did he do it in the first place? It was because the Canucks could muster no offense whatsoever. They're terrible. Stan says Rangers have won last 6 meetings with Detroit. My dude in the house. We do ready to get to work. So at this point, that's it for me. The under 6 in Calgary, the under 6.5 in San Jose. I think you guys are on the right track with that over 6.5 Minnesota New York Islanders. It might be something I add. They're just not playing defense, either team. And then I'm going to leave the Rangers out of it. The only thing I would add was possibly the Blackhawks. But Calgary at home is probably not where I really want to fade them. But Calgary at home as a favorite is. So I'll sit with it a little longer. Just 2 bets thus far for me. That, my friends, is the National Hockey League for Friday, November 7th. I'm going to be hammering the Saturday card. Look, I'm going to be hammering away. If I go down, I'm going to go out punching and stabbing. So it is time to move on to college basketball. That is the next spot on the card. And we have an absolute beauty to get us rolling. A huge game in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And we have just the capper to lead us to the cash. Steve, thank you. That's the first time anyone has said that. I've taken more negativity for it. But, God, they just, come on. 3 regulation wins all year. It should have been paying out more dividends, but they're 4-0 in shootouts and overtime. And I'm going to keep doing it. T-Moss says, let's go Heels. Let's bring on the star of college basketball here on our channel. Also, the star of the tailgate on Saturdays, which, as you know, will be somewhat transitioning over the next 6 weeks or so, 4 weeks or so, towards a college basketball show, of which he will be hosting. But right now, it's football. But he knows the basketball is here. Please welcome Daby Cab to the show. Daby Cab, what's good, man? How are you?
Man, first game that we get to cap together is Kansas, North Carolina. It doesn't get better than this, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see Dewigger just gifted a membership, man. That's going to bless the action for this game. Yeah. That's what we needed, my dude. Thank you for that. And shout out to everyone out there in the chat.
Yeah, this is an absolute beauty. So the next 5 spots are very small school situational spots that I am attacking.
Can I tell you? So I texted you and told you this. I'm gonna try to give something useful on them.
Yeah.
By the time I got the text with those games, I was already doing the dad mode thing. And I've capped as much as I can. And like I spent an hour on this game last night, maybe longer than that, watching some of Peterson and Wilson and some of these new players that are in here. And I've done the same thing with a lot of the top teams. I know that you can, get a read by the market and some other things, but for me personally, I have to see it. You know what I mean? So it's for me to put my money on it, not to give an opinion. I can always give an opinion, but for my actual money to be on it, my eyes have to have seen it.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And I thank you still for rocking with me on those 5 games that we'll be breaking down next here. But first, we have the big one. These Jayhawks traveling to Chapel Hill. We saw the Jayhawks demolish Green Bay. And we always like when Green Bay gets demolished. I'm surprised they're giving their coach a second-year opportunity, but they are giving Gottlieb another chance here. But I don't know. We have this, everybody, it seems like the whole world just wants Gottlieb to fail. And he did. Kansas shot 56.9 from the field. They only turned the ball over 3 times in that basketball game. I mean, that's efficient. Out-rebounded Green Bay 44-26. Look, it is Green Bay. But they beat them 94-51 as 30.5-point favorites. So that is how the Jayhawks got their season started. On the other hand, North Carolina got to spend some time in Chapel Hill and demolish an opponent 94-54, almost the identical score, but he was even more dominant, 51-23 first half. And then, they emptied their bench. Caleb Wilson went for 22, 50.8 from the field, 34.5 from 3. And of course, out rebounded Central Arkansas 45-30. They opened as 34.5-point favorites, closed as 31.5-point favorites. Line was moving towards Central Arkansas, and that went away fast. So North Carolina, Kansas, they each played on Monday. There's no rest advantage for either squad here. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow and hear how Daby is attacking this giant marquee game on Friday night. The perfect game for us. Perfect Friday night college basketball action. Right now, we have the Tar Heels minus 2.5. This line opened up at 2, and now it's at 2.5. But that doesn't tell the story because this did go down to 1.5. This was a 1.5 at midnight, 1.5 for the pick'em. So the line was moving towards the Jayhawks, and it stopped. Now we have 2.5. This is the first time that we've had a 2.5 available. 2 had been the high watermark, and every spot on the board offshore is hanging the 2.5. Take a look at the total as well. And we will look at what the legal books, American books, are doing with this spread and total as well. From a total standpoint here, we have a 158.5. This one is climbing. Opened up at 154.5. That lasted for 41 minutes before 156.5. And then we get up to 158. Now we're at 158.5. We've climbed 4 points towards the over. When we get to the cash flow for this giant game, we have 55% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on the Jayhawks. Well, we've seen it move to 2.5. Now, that's not the case everywhere. FanDuel is still hanging a 1.5 here. Circa hanging a 2.5. Circa also part of the lead of this over. While Hard Rock still hanging a 157.5, Circa has a 159, and ESPN bets up to 159.5. So this total is climbing. 71% of tickets on the over, 69% of cash on this over. Wager Detective looking at the under in this one. DC Capper on North Carolina, a money line. Here we go. Daby Cab, Jayhawks, Tar Heels, Chapel Hill. Take it away.
I think what DC Capper just said too is I think what's probably most important is to look at what the money's doing on the money line for this game, because I would imagine a lot of people are like him and myself. So I am on North Carolina. I got it minus 115 last night, and I posted it minus 115. It's at minus 140 now at my book. So, love to see it, but that don't mean shit. Got to win the game still. So Man, I watched a lot of these players because you're seeing complete turnover for both of these rosters. Badinga for Kansas, he's the only player that had any real minutes for them last year. He played 16.3 minutes per game, led them in scoring in their first game. So he's one of Bill Self's players that's coming back for a second year. But then if you go through the rest of it, you're looking at several freshmen. You're looking at a few transfers, but majority freshmen like incoming. For example, Darian Peterson, who I absolutely enjoyed watching his high school film and his first game film last night. This kid is touted as possibly the top Kansas recruit in years. They're saying he might be one of the best recruits that they've had come in a very, very long time, if ever, like in basketball. Like they're really putting this kid on a pedestal. And he showed out, in that first game. I took a bet on him. I took his threes over 2.5 3 at plus 130. If you're tailing me on this, just know that I know we do units here, Jimmy, and that's fine. I'll make it official. I put, I guess, what you can call a half a unit. I put half of what I usually bet on the two props that I have in this game, and I put a full unit on the North Carolina. For the show, do whatever you got to do. I just like to tell people that because these props, I'm not diving full into it, but I do like it. I like the bet, and at plus 130, I had to absolutely take a shot on it. So Darian Peterson right there, and I was about to stop like it's the one bet. I got 3 bets in this one. But what I'm saying is Kansas, a lot of freshmen, okay? This is a whiteout game at Chapel Hill for North Carolina, first game of the year. And the whiteout story is so interesting. So you got a freshman over at North Carolina that they kind of broke the bank on, spent a lot of NIL money on this Caleb Wilson kid, 5-star recruit that's coming in, going to be a huge player. They were giving out blue T-shirts at the gate coming into this game. They had like a few thousand blue T-shirts they were going to give out. And Caleb Wilson said it was a whiteout game on social media or something like that. So a lot of people were confused. They're like, wait, why are they giving out blue T-shirts? Is it really a whiteout game? They interviewed the kid, and he was like, yeah, we talked to him. They're going to put the T-shirts up and do it another night. It's a full-out whiteout game. To me, having a freshman that's in his second game going against Kansas, calling shots on it being a whiteout game, I mean, fuck, it's exciting, man. I think the kid is going to live up to the moment. I think everybody, listening to this with us right now, if you watch this game, you're going to have a recall to it and say, oh yeah, Caleb Wilson's that dude. So I took his points over 18.5. And North Carolina here. This is a North Carolina team that also has a lot of turnover. Like Vassar coming in from Arizona or Evans coming in from Colorado State. You had Trimble there last year, so you do have another player there that's been there. And then you got the freshman Wilson. But if you notice what I said, right, coming in from Arizona, that kid's playing big minutes on a big stage. Colorado State, maybe not as big, but these players have a bit more experience than you're getting on this Kansas Jayhawk team. Let me be clear. I think Kansas is a better basketball team, and I think as the year goes on, we will see that. But in this spot right now, tonight in Chapel Hill, I think this is a learning curve for these freshmen. I think this is a tough game for these kids, and I think it's a North Carolina Tar Heel spot.
North Carolina minus 115. Justin McKelvey with you. He's got the minus 127 in his pocket. Darren Peterson over how many threes?
2.5 plus 130.
2.5 threes at plus 130. Caleb Wilson, Tar Heel. Caleb Wilson over 18.5 points. And what was the big there?
Let me pull it up for you because 18.5 was actually plus money. I got 17.5 at minus 105. I thought about doing the 18.5. Sorry about that.
No worries. Over 17.5 minus 105. We have cappers here on North Carolina, and we also have cappers on the other side. The pig milk play of the day is the Kansas Jayhawks money line at plus 122. Shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. Daby Cab going heads up with pig milk. Malik White is also on Kansas. Wager Detective. Before we move on here, what did you think of the total moving from 154.5 up to 158.5? Do you agree with that move to the over?
I would take the under in the first half if I was betting a total.
Yeah, with all the pressure.
Yeah, new kids, man. Yeah. And I know this sounds weird, but sometimes for props, especially with the right player, the under actually plays towards it because these two players that I gave out props on are so highly talented and so talented that, like, if everybody else can't shoot, they're the fucking kids you want shooting the ball. You see what I'm saying? So, like, if everybody else is struggling scoring, I see Peterson maybe shooting 7, 8, 9 threes. So
Yeah, I like the spot. I see where you are at. I wonder if I can get here we go. I like where you're at. I like where you're at. It's for me to have a bet here in Kansas, North Carolina would require a real conviction with an edge, and I'm a little early in the year. I focus so much on situations, and these two teams coming off. I mean, this is where we learn about the teams. Now, you've been studying them all off season, and you have an angle. Von Polo on Kansas and Maryland tonight here. Wager detective on Kansas. So, either side of the fence being bet, but I think that you can get comfort with this line moving in your direction here. Daby Cab on North Carolina money line. Darren Peterson over 2.5 threes plus 130, and Wilson over 17.5 points here. Looking forward to watching that kid cook here this evening. Let's roll on here. Let's roll on. These are the 5 bets I've made. There's one more that is just not available at this point. But I start in Greenville, South Carolina. Hard to talk about these games after Kansas, North Carolina. But hey, you follow the money. Troy Trojans at the Furman Paladins in
Jimmy. And when I got your list, I was like, well, because there's several good, and I know the spreads are large, but there's several really, really good teams that play today. And I'm like, there's got to be one of them that one of these top teams. Nope, not one.
No. Not one. Let's talk about the situation here. Again, both teams played on Monday, and Troy played in a really exciting basketball game. 103-97 over Kent State. They were 3.5-point dogs. They shot the lights out, 52.4 from the field and 46.2 from three. They only turned the ball over 12 times. They went into enemy territory in Kent, Ohio. This was the MAC SBC Challenge, and they took care of business, and they feel good about themselves. Furman is the complete opposite. They got absolutely annihilated in their first game of the year. They came in here as 3.5-point dogs, so they weren't really expected to menace, that much, and they got destroyed by the High Point Panthers. Panthers beat them 97-71. They allowed 55 points in the first half alone. They shot the ball poorly, but they were just a mess. 22 turnovers. High Point only had 6. Now they out-rebounded High Point, and that was predicated mainly High Point was scoring, and Furman was missing. Now they do have length advantages, but it was just Furman looked horrific, and High Point was cashing all of their buckets. So you would say, well, High Point then should get more defensive rebounds. They didn't, because Furman does have a lot of height here, and but it was ugly. And this is the situation I told you guys that I want. This is exactly the situation, and all 5 of these games have similar situations. I'm 2-1 so far in college basketball. I want Furman first half after this debacle. Billy Friedrich says High Point is a good team. That's exactly what I want. I want to back a team that gets slapped in the face in front of their home fans and sits there for 4 days thinking about it and comes back and attacks. And that's what I'm getting here. Now, they were in Rock Hill, so they weren't in Greenville, so it wasn't, but their fans were watching how bad they looked against High Point. So I am on the Furman Paladins first half. Let's just go over the line history here, and now Cab will be looking at it from a different statistical profile here. But to me, this is all situational. I got the first half -1 and -113. The first half -1 and -113 for Furman. Let's take a look at the line history. We don't really have much cash flow information here at this point. This is all not, we can read the market, but we're not going to get cash flow information with these small schools often in these situations. So let me just give you the line history here for this Furman spot. Where is it? Here we go. Furman minus 2.5, minus 107. They opened up at -2, and within 41 minutes they went to -3. They stayed there for a while, so they're early professional money, even though there's limits, so it couldn't be that professional. Was moving it to Furman. Then it went back to 2. Now it's sitting here at 2.5. And when we get to the total here in this one, sorry, 1 second. When we get to the total here for Furman, we have it right now sitting at 153.5. This opened up at 152, dropped down to 150, has climbed back up to 153.5. We have some cash flow information on the total, which I don't care that much about. I just care about the situation. And this situation was something that I wanted to attack this year. It's something I've thought about for years. And now I'm solely attacking it. A Wager Detective on Furman money line. We got the Bookie Buster play of the day here from DC Capper. It is North Carolina. I'll get this copied and pasted. But I'm on the Furman Paladins here. Daby Cab, what are your thoughts here on this first spot for me on the board?
Jimmy, the more you talk about it and the more I read the chat, like you say it all the time. Like I respect the hell out of you and the guys in the chat. Like y'all are some of the best cappers I know. And when y'all are convicted, like I see conviction right now about this game. I see some people that are confident, like in the chat. I see people on both sides, but I can't act like I have conviction for something that I don't when people who I respect have it. And if this is something you're attacking, and I see Stacks play of the day on Furman, only thing I'd say is what's the money line? Like I might do that instead of the 2.5. But outside of that, man, this is one of the ones that I really don't have much to say on.
JPZ is all over Furman. Scott G says Furman opening a brand new arena tonight, should be a raucous crowd off of a bad performance. And as I told you guys, unbeknownst to Justin and I, the Stacks play of day 1 and 2. I'm on first halves on both of them, which I loved.
Oh, you're on the first half here. That's right. That's what you're angle. Okay.
I
like
these
that better than
all of these 5 bets that I have are first half bets. They're all first half bets. Shout out to Justin. Stacks play today, number 1, Furman minus 2.5. Move on to the second spot on the board for me, Daby. Let me see if
here I can do that while you find it.
Beautiful.
That's something I can do.
No, it's great. Thank you for rocking with me, man. Next spot on the board for me, we head to New Rochelle, New York, Heinz Athletic Center, home of the Iona Gales. This is their first game of the season for Iona, and they're facing the Hofstra Pride. I really was impressed with what Hofstra did in game 1. 8.5-point dogs going into Orlando, Florida to take on UCF, and they played their hearts out. They got out-rebounded by a taller group. They played clean basketball, and they lost the game at 3-point line. UCF shot 40 from 3, 46.4 from the field, and they lose by 4 as 8.5-point dogs. Hofstra struggled, 22.7 from 3, 41.9% from the field. They just played a better team, a clearly better team than Iona, and they, battled. They battled, and now they have Tuesday off, Wednesday off, Thursday off, and they head to New Rochelle, New York, and that competitive edge is going to help them against an Iona Gales team that has yet to play this year. I'm on the Hofstra Pride first half. I got the money line at minus 106. Jerry Davis says this flipped just like Ohio yesterday. Jerry got Iona plus 1.5. The possibility of Iona over 40 minutes winning this basketball game, sure. Look, I'm not. It's very difficult to make these sorts of predictions at the beginning of the year when you have no sample size of statistics to break down. You can listen to experts what their predictions are of these teams with all of the movement going on in college basketball. I don't want to read them. I don't want them in my head. You know, I want to be in a situation where I know my team is ready to compete. And I know that Hofstra believes they should have won that game and that they're ready to compete here against Iona. And this first 20 minutes, I think they're going to be in business. Let's take a look at this line history here and see what Daby thinks of game 2 for me. This total opened up at 144. It's now up to 146. We've had a 2-point move towards the over. And this almost didn't fully fit the criteria because Hofstra had looked so good in game 1. But I did want it again. Now, we, as was mentioned here in the chat, we've had the flip from +1 to -1 here. Hofstra opening up at -1 yesterday. They got to -2, so the initial action was towards them. And then Iona money comes in. Iona money comes in, and it's been coming in this morning. So at this point, if we go to the first half money line, we'll see if it's changed at all here, because we're talking a +1 to a -1, and I can understand why that would bring anybody confidence here. I see +100, one -109, one +105 for Hofstra first half money line. I got -106. I'm very comfortable with that number, and with the line moving towards Iona, maybe it is sharp money. Maybe they know that Iona is going to be strong this year. But in the first 20 minutes after Hofstra gave UCF all they could handle, they only shot 22% from 3. They had their first game on the road. Now it's game 2 on the road. I know they're ready to compete for the first 20 minutes of this basketball game, and I'm on Hofstra first half money line, Daby Cab. Game 2 of my slate. What do you think of this spot?
The only thing I could do would be bet. And honestly, if I bet stuff that I have not much of a feeling for, I would actually bet this first half. I like it because Hofstra's got a lot of players like, Cruz Davis, he was there last year. Salas Sunday, he was there last year. I mean, they have a lot of returning production. The one player that's going to be starting for them, Edmead, hopefully I said that right, Preston Edmead, he's a freshman, and he put up 16 points in his first game. So it's like when you got somebody who's going to be one of your top producers as a freshman on the court with experience around him, I love situationally how that sets up. This team's going to be ready for this basketball game. I can tell you that much.
I think so too. And then Iona is a question mark right now, So at this point, I believe I have a competitive edge over 20 minutes, and that is how I attacked this spot on the board. Let's move on to game 3 for me, Daby Cab. If you don't mind moving the graphic, it would help a lot. Washington State Cougars, Davidson Wildcats is the next spot for me. And this is another one that is a wheelhouse situation for me. So much so that this line had moved against me up to 5. Now it's a 4, but it had moved heavily against me, and I didn't care. And I didn't care last night with Omaha. Omaha's line moved against me. That first half covered comfortably, and this one was moving against me. And this is a situational based bet, and this is not market based. I don't know the cash flow in these spots, and I don't want to get too caught up in the very first initial breakdown of the cash flow. Certain things that I want, and this worked out for me last night. We have Davidson, who is going to be good this year. We know that. They're coming off playing DeSales Bulldogs. Coming off playing a D3 school. Who cares? They won 97-63. I don't think it helps that much. Now, we heard, Spooner talking about how it can help, playing against a weak opponent early in the year, figure out your rotations, give some bench players opportunities that maybe they wouldn't get in a tight game. But I think that bad habits can come in. You also feel good about yourself. I can tell you that the Washington State Cougars do not feel good about themselves. 7.5-point favorites in their first game of the year in Pullman, Washington, in Beasley Coliseum, and they lose to the Idaho Vandals. It was embarrassing. They shot 43.9 from the field. They shot 21.4 from 3. They got blown out in the first half of their first game in front of their fans. They only turned the ball over 5 times. They just couldn't hit any buckets. They couldn't do anything. Now they go on the road. They're angry about themselves. They're angry about the performance. The line moves towards Davidson, and I don't care. I know what's going to happen in the first half of this game. That Washington State is going to come out angry after being embarrassed at home. And I got them first half +3 at -115. Cougars first half +3 heading to Davidson, North Carolina after the embarrassment. That's game 3 on my card. What do you think of this spot here? Game 3 for me, Daby Cab.
I like the number you got. I can tell you that much. +3 when the full game's at 4 or 5, or moving around the 4 to 4.5, 5. I like the +3 in the first half you got. Now, what I won't do is always just say, yeah, I agree. I don't know how much I expect out of Washington State. I do think Davidson's going to have a better season than they had last year. But your first half angle, like I said, I like the number you got. The number, I mean, look, the full game's going from 4.5 to 5, saying that it's going to be, under a 2-possession game. And you got, a +3 for the first half. So the line looks great. Davidson has a lot of players that are returning. Hunter Adam, Greer's going to be the freshman out of the starting 5, but they got I think 3 of the 5 returning players. And then they've got 1 transfer coming from Army, Scovins, who had 10 points in the first game. So not a bad first game. I like the experience on the court for Davidson. So if I was full game, I'd probably be on them, but I'm not laying 4.5 either. So what I'm going to hope is you cash your first half bet, and then maybe I can take Davidson in the second half or live.
Come in live on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see 2.5s and 2s now in the first half. And so this was where I was visually watching this line move against me, and I didn't care. This is exactly where I want a team early in the year. So this over at 365, this is where I moved it. This is moved from 5 to 4.5 on the full game. But the first half still right there, +3, right where I bet it, sitting there right now. Washington State +3 at -115. So that has not moved at all. Let's roll on to game 4 of my 5-game slate here. And we already talked about what happened with Troy and Kent State in that very, very exciting start to both their seasons. The overtime game, it was electric offense, 200 points scored in the game. Let me get over to the spot here. So Kent State opens up their season losing, and that appealed to me. It appealed to me. They lose 103-97 in overtime. They were 3.5-point favorites. They got blown out. Well, they lost. They were down by 8 in the first half. It got worse than that at times. They were down 16-5 to start the game. They were down 19-7. You can't have that. And they out-rebounded Troy, and they shot poorly. Kent State shot 38 from the field. They shot 38.7 from 3, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, your opponent shoots 46.2 from 3, and you lose. Now, they've been sitting there angry since Monday about that loss, and now Cornell comes in. Look, Cornell was good last year. They played some really good basketball, but they haven't played yet. Kent State is angry. Wager Detective talks about what Kent State did to Cornell last year. We know that they're building something over at Cornell, and we've been watching them succeed in the Ivy League. But this was a spot that I wanted to attack, and it wasn't just me. We have Stacks play today, number 2 on the full game for Kent State. He got -6. Shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey. Stacks play today, number 2, right here with Kent State.
Stacks.
Based off the angle, Jimmy, and what you've been saying, because I listened, I knew what you were going to say here. This angle's good. This is going to work long term for you in college basketball, because if there's one thing that I bet on that I know is like a momentum thing, where not only home court matters, but whether you won, the psychology of it. Like, I like your angle here with the first half and what you're doing in these games. Even though I said like Davidson on that one. I do like Kent State here, and I like the overall angle is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm pumped up about it. I mean, we're just 2-1 to start the year, so we'll see how it bangs out. But Cornell, they have very high hopes in the Ivy League. We thought they could have won it last year, and I expect that they're going to be good. But Kent State, after opening up in their first game of the year at home, down 19-5, down 21-7, they have to come out ready to go, and I expect them to do just that. Don Play says Tease would be proud. Thank you for mentioning our guy Tease, man. This is his time of year, and we all miss him a lot, man. We all miss him a lot. No Pulse says, bad as Kent State played to only lose by 6 in overtime says a lot, though. Kent State can cover this number first half play for sure. Wager Tech says Cornell lost two of their leading scorers, seniors from last year. So this is my 4th spot on the board, and it's perfect. Like I'll now, perfect doesn't mean you win or you cash or nothing, but for me, for what I'm looking for, this just fits the narrative. The only thing that would have been better is if Cornell had beaten some Div 3 college to start their year and were feeling good about themselves. I love Kent State starting so poorly and sitting in that anger. I like it very much. So that is the 4th game on the board for me. The final spot for me here is in Evansville, Indiana. I am on the Southern Indiana Screaming Eagles. This one's popping off at 8:30 p.m. I'm on the.
I was going to tell you, though, you got 3 kids on Kent State who put up over 20 points in that first game. Gillespie, Safford, Wally Jr., and 2 of those 3 are returners. Gillespie's been there for 4 years. I think you got a great spot in this one. So we'll see how it plays. Wally Jr. is the only one that transferred from UNLV, but I do like that spot a lot.
Yeah, it just feels really good. It also that they haven't left. You play at home, you play terribly off the hop, then you sit there angry for 4 days, and then get to play again. VMI just played Johnson and Wales. Whoever the hell they are in Div 3. Johnson and Wales turned the ball over 19 times. VMI turned it over 3 times. VMI was up 58-15. VMI put up 122 points. I want to fade teams after they have this type of experience, when they can get anything that they want. And the opposite happened for Southern Indiana. They went to Butler. We know how tough it is to win at Hinkle. Butler destroyed them. 52-26 at the half. Southern Indiana, USI shot 29.2 from the field. 29.2%. Got out rebounded 56-35. They were 22.5 point dogs, and they just looked horrible. This is the situation that I want. This is it. You beat a Div 3 school by 80 points and you feel great about yourself. And then you have the team that you want to back getting slapped in the face by Butler at Hinkle. This is exactly what I'm looking for here. Let's take a look at this line history. I got the first half plus a half point at minus 110. This line has moved, very slightly away from me. The first move was towards Southern Indiana. It went from 2 to 1, then back up to 2.5. And look, I don't care. Maybe VMI is a better team than Southern Indiana. Maybe they'll show that over 40 minutes. But situationally, this is exactly what I want. I want to back a team that just lost to a very strong team on the road, coming back home against a team that beats a Div 3 school that we've never heard of before and puts up 122 points and only turns the ball over 3 times, plays clean, perfect basketball against the weakest opponent imaginable.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
You say opponent who nobody's heard of. Who the fuck's heard of the VMI Kidgets and the Southern Indiana Screaming Eagles?
Oh man, we know the Cadets, man. The fucking
Cadets. It's cadets. Okay, I can't read. I guess I don't know who the fuck either of these schools even are.
Well, I'm going to be making money off
Is
of.
that Virginia Military Institute? What?
It is.
Okay.
It is. It is. No Pulse says Southern Indiana outright win. And Jose Perez in the house. So that's the 5th spot on the board for me. The Screaming Eagles plus a half minus 110 here. Those are my 5 spots on the board. Did you take a look at the rosters for the Cadets or the Screaming Eagles?
Look, no, I love, I'll get there with Kent State. I'll get there with Davidson. Like, some of these teams I will be betting on this year. Jimmy, I won't ever be betting on either of these two. I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for you 100%.
Hey,
it doesn't mean there's not an angle or money to be made. It's just not. I got to feel passionate about what I put my money on, and I could not.
Well, I do have that passion. I love finding these spots. And that's Nate says, do Eagles even scream? They do.
They're real loud. What the fuck,
they
you know?
scream.
They scream for real. Yeah.
Wager Tech says 4 starting seniors for the Eagles. These are my 5 bets. So we're sitting 2-1 to start the year here. Furman first half -1 and -113. Hofstra first half money line at -106. Washington State first half +3 at -115. Kent State first half -3 at -115. And the Southern Indiana Screaming Eagles first half plus a half at -110. Those are my 5 spots that I'm attacking. Daby Cab, review your action for Jayhawks Tar Heels.
Yeah, and let me pull it up so I give you the exact juice too. Caleb Wilson, North Carolina player, over 17.5 points, -105. I got Darian Peterson for Kansas, over 2.5 threes at +130. And then I got North Carolina at -115 on the money line. And hey, can I go ahead and just real quick? We went over all my college football yesterday, and I gave out Arizona over 55.5 -120 with Pete on Tuesday. That's moved to 57.5 now, so like to see it, but still got to cash. The only one I haven't given out that I moved on is Josh Hoover over 2.5 passing touchdowns +114. And shout out to Kong, man. Me and him have been cashing on that and going back and forth, and both of us got there. So I just wanted to give you that one as well.
I love it. Daby Cab, tell us a little bit about the big show tomorrow morning, the tailgate. What's in store?
Well, I mean, you said it, it's football right now, and don't worry, we won't take any kind of chunk out of a show for basketball. But in reality, the tailgate is a best bet show. We're giving out what we're putting our money on. We're trying to tell you guys what we think is the best bet we can make for the day, or best bets that we can make, so that you guys can get paid too. So college basketball will be an easy transition to work in there. When there's, good college basketball action or good bets to be had, we'll still give those out to you too. But it's a best bet driven show. We got Wine Time, we got Kong, Guns Picks, Moose Money. All the guys come through and give you their best bets. It's a good time. My dude Gorki, who's about to come up here, Stacks sometimes. I mean, the list goes on. Dutch has come through, and he's killed it on college football for us as well this year. So shout out to him.
And our guy BJ rolling in. NCAA best bet, North Carolina money line. BJ rolling with you, Daby Cab. That'll be a fun one. Daby, thank you for making time for us, my man. Looking forward to see you guys cook tomorrow on the tailgate. Support our guy, Daby Cab, starring in Medicate Mondays as well. Every Monday. Love that show.
Hey,
thank you for your time, man. Any last words for Capper Sport in the show?
Yes, my last words are going to be English is a stupid language. I've never seen the word cadet spelled, but that is definitely not how it should be spelled. Okay. It is a terrible language. And we spell things absolutely dysfunctionally. All right. I love you guys. See y'all tomorrow.
There he is. Daby Cab in the house. It is time to attack NBA. We have a big, juicy NBA card here that we are going to beat up. We have Justin McKelvey ready to rock. We also will be having Wine Time Sports who will be joining us here shortly, as well as Billy Brisbane, but it's time to fire away. Shout out to Kyle Fields in the house, AOD, Rants, Wager Detective, Black Thor King, Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Kong's Clips, BJ, Billy, Friedrich. Let's attack attack. Please welcome the star of the Stacks play of the day, star of the 2-3 zone over at Tony's Picks, and the star of Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome to the show our guy, Justin McKelvey. Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. How you?
I'm excited, man. I'm pumped up. A big,
nice big slate. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and you're running nice. We are delivering an NBA, but we must continue. We must continue. So let's get right to work here. We start with 7 p.m. Eastern action. The Boston Celtics, 4-5, 2-2 on the road at the Orlando Magic, 3-5, 1-2 at home. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. Let me get the latest shoot-around news up here as well and get this rolling. Nothing untowards in this one at this point. But Mo Wagner out, been out all year. Nothing new with Boston. So same situation here. Let's take a look at the plan of attack and how we are going to move. I've not bet anything yet in NBA. I kind of like the system that we have going now because it feels like at the end of every show, somebody in the chat tells us who is out of the lineup that we weren't expecting to be out of the lineup. So I don't mind letting the markets cook here. We have the Celtics beating up on the Wizards. It was Wednesday night, 136-107. Nasty Nate cashed the Celtics second quarter. I cashed my 12.5. It was clockwork. We have the Magic finishing up their road trip in pretty ugly fashion, and it was a long road trip. It did end Tuesday, so they had 2 days to kind of get over it. Their road trip started on Monday, October 27th, and it finished on Tuesday night. It was a 5-game road trip. They opened it up with 2 ugly losses where they played no defense, and then it changed. Now, you could say it changed because they played terrible basketball teams in Charlotte and Washington, but they seemed to care a little bit about how horrific they'd been defensively. They allowed 136 points to Philadelphia and 135 to Detroit before they beat Charlotte, Washington, and then their terrible defense showed again. Banchero almost went for a triple-double, and they lost 127-112. This is 2 straight games in Orlando. The Celtics are playing 2 straight games in Orlando. So we get to watch tonight's game, and then they play again on Sunday. This is a wonderful opportunity for gamblers. And often in these, either it's a home and home or 2 games in the same place, I hesitate to move on game 1. I prefer to wait for game 2. Celtics playing at the slowest pace in the NBA, 30th, 96.94 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball poorly, 44.6 and 31.9. The Magic are playing fast, much faster than we are used to. And there's Jose Bouquet in the house. Hope all is going well with you down in Miami, my man. Looking forward to have you join us from the golf course in a little bit. Orlando, the 6th fastest pace, 102.94 possessions a game, shooting 47.5 from the field and 33.3 from 3. It's their lack of defense that has been really the glaring issue for them so far this year. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow and hand it over to our guy, Justin. We have Orlando as 3-point favorites. They open up at 4. Now we're down to 3. They're coming off the loss to Atlanta. They're coming off a road trip where the good teams beat them and the bad teams they beat. They're not playing good ball. This totals up to 226.5, opened up at 224, got up to 228. And then there was 1.5 points of buyback 5 hours ago. So it's sitting here at 226.5. So we've had a 2-point move towards the under. And then when we get into the cash flow, 52% of the tickets, 56% of the cash on Orlando. This line is moved towards Boston. We have 95% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the under. And we just saw the first move towards the under. It's very, very strange. If you look at Circa, they have 93% of the tickets and 94% of cash on the under. They did just drop it to 226.5 from 227.5, but that's not very much. And it's also a 50-50 split here on the side. They did get this. This got up to 4.5. So they were not, it seems like Circa just doesn't respect the money when it comes in. At that point, Boston was being bet 64% of the tickets and 55% of the cash, and they were giving their gamblers a better opportunity to bet Boston. Then the Orlando money came in, and they moved the line towards Boston. So Circa playing head games with their punters. Take it away for us here, Justin. Celtics Magic.
Yeah, I've had horrible success trying to back this Orlando Magic team. And until I feel like you can't back them right now until they figure out their identity. They're still trying to play fast. And I think they're in this game, they're still going to try to play fast, but I can't back them. And I was leaning towards the Celtics, and then I was close to them. And then the line moved on me, so it made me think. So what I got down on was Jaylen Brown. I got Jaylen Brown over 25.5 points at minus 113. And in a game that I expect Boston to win, in a game that I expect to be high paced because I feel like Orlando in this game is going to dictate the pace. So in a high scoring game, which I pegged that, I just think Jaylen Brown going to go crazy. I expect him to go close to 30 points today and a win. But I don't want to be on the side. I feel like this Orlando team is not as bad as they're perceiving to be. Like, I think they'll get it together. And the Celtics, I don't have them making the playoffs. So, but I think I like them in this game. So instead of taking the Celtics, I just chose Jaylen Brown. I usually like the guards against Orlando, but he's not a guard, but he's going to play like a guard today.
Yeah, when we backed the Celtics because we knew that they were an angry group. Now, they come off demolishing Washington. They'd lost 2 in a row. The Houston loss was egregious. They lost by 27 in front of their own fans. Then they lose to Utah. I mean, it was just a smash spot. We knew when you're going to fade a terrible basketball team like the Wizards, you need the team that you're betting to have accountability. If they don't have accountability, who knows what the hell's going to happen. And now it feels like it's flipped a little bit. I would like and this is such a key part, and I know you guys already know this, but for me, it's so important. If this game was on Thursday and the Magic had finished a 5-game road trip, came back for one day and played the next night, I'd be fading them. But remember, there's the second day they got. So they got a complete day of rest without travel. And that makes me a little uncomfortable. Nasty Nate going back to the Celtics second quarter. Fernando Mendoza on the Celtics plus 3.5. Black Door King on Peyton Pritchard over 14.5 points. And Black Door King going to be running with us at Pubapalooza 5. Pubapalooza dates are coming very soon. So we'll be able to have everything set. We're hoping for by the end of the weekend, we have the exact dates for Pubapalooza 5. I'm not moving on this Celtics Magic. I'm trying very hard not to bet totals. And I think I understand exactly what gave you discomfort on either side here. If it was flipped, if Boston was coming off of a bad loss on the road and heading, home, I would want to back them. Remember when Boston was coming back home, they had a winning streak. They destroyed the Cavaliers 125-105 at home. Then they beat the Sixers in Philly 109-108, and they were susceptible. It's just such a situational spot for me. And Dougie Wise. Uh-oh. You got Nate right beside you. Yes, I will definitely hook you. We need you, Nate. We need you. So I'll definitely let you know all about it. Stacks play today is in it. Oh, this isn't Stacks play today because we're correlated on Stacks play today. But action from Justin is in. Jaylen Brown over 19.5 points. We have our next guest ready to.
That's it, 19. My fault.
No worries.
I thought it was it's over 25.5 minus 113.
Okay.
Did I say 19?
I don't know. Maybe it's just me tripping with lack of sleep.
I might have said 19. Maybe I'm high. I wish it was 19.
Cuban Connect on the over 226 and Bankero over PRA. And we have our next guest ready to jump on with us. We'll see if he's moving on Celtics Magic. Please welcome from South Jersey, the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, and of course, NFL Pub Hub and our live streams, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing very well. Trying to get the weekend rolling here. Is it all right if I move the camera up straight instead of to the sideways? Because the sideways angle, I'm really just not fucking with it.
Yeah, man. Whatever you need to do to feel comfortable, man. All right.
There we go.
All right. Take it away for us here. Celtics Magic, Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. A Celtics team playing slow and shooting poorly. but a Magic team that's playing so different than they did last year and tricky to trust. Are you moving on this?
It's a weird spot. Like it's like a tough travel spot for Orlando coming back from a 5-game, 10-day road trip. Hence why Boston has came down from the opener. The public perception before the season, the Sharps were all over Orlando Magic. They thought they were going to be one of the better teams in the East, and they started off the season terribly. And nobody wants to bet on this team anymore. So like from like the psychology perspective, I kind of want to back Orlando, but then the situational travel spot makes me not want to back Orlando. Boston has struggled though going into Orlando. Boston's only 1-6 ATS last 7 visits in Orlando. Granted, a lot of those teams had Tatum on it, but I mean the construction of the rosters are pretty much the same. If you remember last year in the playoffs, Paolo and Fritz were going in against the Boston Celtics. They combined for 52 points in that playoff series. I know that they're going to want to have a little bit of revenge in their heart after the Celtics bumped them out of their playoff series, a series that they kind of like were getting back into the series a little bit. I think this is going to be, even though this is the NBA Cup and I'm going to be leaning towards a lot more overs today, this game kind of seems like an under. I feel like Orlando is going to revert back to a little bit of last year's team, try to lock up on defense here against the Celtics and get themselves a W. I don't know if I want to move on it. It's not like you're betting Orlando at plus money. You're betting Orlando at minus 154 on the money line, minus 3.5. If I had to line this game, I'd probably make Orlando plus 1.5. Like I would not make them a favorite. So it kind of makes me feel like the psychology of the public is just going to back the Celtics. You have some good reasoning. 5-game road trip. 5-game road trip across 10 days. Just getting back to the house. That's usually a fade spot in the NBA. A lot of models, advanced models, are probably popping up Celtics everywhere, but I think this is an Orlando spot.
They did get the extra day though, so you know that they played on Tuesday, so it's not like you fly back on Wednesday, you play Thursday night, which is the fade spot. But I hear what you're saying. If this line moved towards the Magic, you know, to like a 4.5 or 5. I think it would be very telling. Here, this is a 50-50 kind of a proposition, and I'm not comfortable moving on it. But we have Jaylen Brown over 25.5 points from our guy, Justin McKelvey. Let's roll on to game 2. Dougie Wise looking at a Magic money line. Let's move on here to our next spot on the board. We head to Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., where these Wizards are playing at the 3rd fastest pace in the league, 104.33 possessions a game. And they're shooting the ball pretty well. They're actually shooting the ball better than Cleveland. They just don't have the efficiency. This is also the first of a back-to-back for both teams. So we know it's the NBA Cup for, you know, the expectation that these teams want to score as many points as possible. But we also know it's the first of a back-to-back. And Washington's back-to-back is much easier. They stay home. They play Dallas tomorrow night. They don't really have to worry. The Cavaliers do have to worry. And this is an important part of this puzzle, is that they play and host the Bulls tomorrow night. And we all know what the Bulls are doing. So the Cavs know what the Bulls are doing, sitting at 6-1. And the Bulls play tonight in Milwaukee. So, again, it's so crucial and so helpful when you have the back-to-backs, because you see what they do on the first night and you can take advantage of it in the second night. And so we have the Cavs finishing off this a 3-game homestand. They looked okay. They lose to Toronto 112-101. That was their second straight loss. But then they defeat the Hawks 117-109. And then they beat Philadelphia 132-121. They beat them much worse than, the score indicated. But they scored a lot of points. Then for the Wizards, they're losing, as one would expect. They finished up a short 2-game road trip. They lost by 17 at New York. And then we faded them against Boston, and they got absolutely annihilated. I wonder what the rotation is like for Cleveland here. You have to think that the Bulls are on their mind. Let's take a look at the injury report. What is expected? Wade, Strus, and Lonzo Ball out. DeAndre Hunter probable. Koulibaly out for the Wizards. And then the question mark is all based around George being questionable. See if we can get some information from him here. Sorry. Why am I not getting the information? I'll get this here in a second. While I'm waiting for that, let's take a look at this line history here for this one. We'll start with this total. It's a 241.5. This got up to 243. That's a 6-point move. You guys know what I do with 7-point moves. I fade it. Others already did. It got up to 243 last night, 11:41 p.m., and then it dropped down all the way down to 240.5. It's climbing again. We've had a 4.5-point move towards the over. From a point spread perspective here, we have Washington plus 13.5. Opened up at 12.5, now at 13.5. And when we get to the cash flow, you have just 57% of the tickets and 50% of the cash on Cleveland. It's not like everyone's rushing to fade the Wizards at this price point, which we just did against the Celtics. And then, Circa hanging at 241, Circa hanging at 13.5. FanDuel is the only book I see with a 14. You have 82% of tickets and 76% of cash on this under. Brizzy, we'll start with you here. Cavaliers, Wizards, take it away.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't your typical regular season sleepy road spot for Cleveland. They dropped their first cup game and they need a margin victory win here. They're, I think it was minus 11 for point differential. And that's why I think this line's going up a little bit. Wizards brutal 1-7 ATS record. Bad teams are going to play better early, but they're allowing 131 points per game in their last 6 games. Cavs should get rolling again. Line open up 11.5, went up to 13.5 overnight. I think that it's indicating that Cleveland's in a strong spot despite the spread range. The public and the sharps are kind of aligned in this one. And if this wasn't a cup game, I probably wouldn't be giddied up to back Cleveland at minus 14, but they need a margin victory win by a good 20-plus point win would probably put them right back in the cup standings here for their group.
So you're not concerned with them having the Bulls on deck?
No. Could I be? Yeah, but I think the fact that they started off 0-1 in that cup game last Friday is not a good indication. If you look at East Group A currently right now, the Hawks are in first with a plus 20 point differential from their game from last week. The Raptors are in second place with plus 11 point differential from their game last week. Cleveland's minus 11. You can already cross out the Pacers. The Pacers are done. They're minus 20 point differential. I don't think they'll be able to win enough games. And then the Wizards haven't played a game in East Group A yet. So, yeah, I think this is going to this is the game. I feel like this is the game. You want to win East Group A. You smack up the Wizards here by 20-plus points, and that'll probably put you in about first place.
So are you interested in taking them as this big of a favorite?
Just in general, I got a lot of future tickets going off in ADP Athens, and a little bit of my money focuses on that for the next 2 hours. Then we'll figure out the NBA card before the East Coast injury news report. But last time I tried to fire off some bets while I had future bets going off for last week of tennis and all that shit, I ended up getting smoked by a couple of hooks, and that's just a couple of 30, 40 minutes of just figuring out the right numbers.
Let's hear from Justin. Cavaliers, Wizards, Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. Your thoughts?
For not having no action in this game, I have a lot to say because I agree 100% with actually both of y'all, but just in different ways. It would only be, for me, a Cavaliers spot for me. And I looked at the schedule for tomorrow. But being that, what Bridgie said, being that this is a cup game is the only reason why I feel like it's going to play out the way it's going to play out. And I think I agree with Bridge. I'm not making it official just in case. I don't have the conviction, just how I played out in my head that the Cavaliers smashed the Wizards today and then lose tomorrow to the Bulls. Because it depends on how important the cup games are to you. Even though tomorrow's the regular season, this game don't count for the regular season, but if the cup game is important to you, you gotta make up that loss. You gotta make up that loss from game one. And I said it in the first day of cup games, I That's why it's hard to bet unders because win margin matters. And the same way we know that, they know that. So, and it's hypocritical because I got 3 spots in the Bucks game and they play the Bulls. So, but for the Cleveland, I think it's a smash spot. I think, like pretty much Brittany said, I think it's a 20-point win. And I just don't want to get there because I don't know for sure they care about this cup game or not. So if I knew for sure they cared, I'd be on it, but they might not care. Tomorrow's game against the Bulls might be more important to them. So
I think the public perception of like the Bulls and all that, like sometimes I feel like as gamblers, we pay attention to like the standings. Like sometimes it'd be like a West Coast team coming out to the East or something like that. But in reality, I feel like if you're Cleveland in their situation, they have to get a building foundation going. You see a lot of teams that end up going deep in these cup runs and they end up building a foundation for the rest of the season. If you remember the Pacers a couple of years ago when they played the Lakers in the finals, I mean, that kind of like springboard them for the rest of the season. We saw the Houston Rockets last year when they went up against the Thunder and stuff like that. Like a lot of these teams use this as like a start as like a winning formula. And for Cleveland, shit, they need it, man. After the way they went out kind of whacking the playoffs last year, I feel like Cleveland, if anything, they might, if the playing both sides of the scenario, I think this is a Washington team total under 113.5. I don't see Washington putting up a lot of points in this game. You got Evan Mobley, Jared Allen down low, totals at 241.5. I think the books are giving a little bit too much respect to Washington's scoring numbers, and this could just go under the total.
Let's see from our next guest, ready to jump on and turn us into a 4-headed monster. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, star of Walk-Off Wagers and Wednesdays and Fridays here on Betting with the Bag, our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
What's good, fellas? Happy Friday to you guys. Good to be here with you guys on a Friday, man. I'm excited to cap this NBA card. We got some nice college football tonight. Hey, Stacks, you already know I got it ready. My guy,
I knew he was ready.
Hey, we've got a loaded NBA card, a loaded college football card tonight that we're going to be attacking head first. I'm looking forward to it, guys. Nothing for me in these first 2 games you have talked about, although I am looking at the over potentially in this spot just because it keeps kind of moving, and it seems like the tickets and money are coming in on this under. And it's a high total. I've been getting crushed in totals this year. Going back to last year, I was getting crushed in totals the second half of the season. And I'm staying away from totals right now. I'm just going to kind of make that a thing for me, kind of like what I'm doing with player props. I'm not moving on player props either in pretty much any sport. As of right now, I'm just cutting it out completely. So nothing for me in this spot. Not saying I'm going to fully let go of totals because I think when there's value and there's spots that we can attack and think that we have a good edge on, I'll attack it. But as of right now, nothing for me. It would be the over. It's a high total and seeing tickets and money come in on the under, and it's probably only going to get moved up to even past 240. I mean, this is a crazy total as it is. Nothing for me as of right now, but I mean, a 241.5. Is this the highest total on the board? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it is. It is. Chicago, Milwaukee is competing with it, but that's a 1.5 behind it. So this is the highest total on the board. I definitely see this going over, but at the same time, I'm not moving on it. These next couple of games we're going to be talking about, I do have plays in, though.
Well, let's go on.
What can you get for a Cavaliers team total over? Because I'm scared of I like the over, but I don't know how much the Wizards are going to contribute.
Let's see.
It's pretty fat though, Stacks. It's 128.5. I mean, like that's just a little bit nutty. 128.5 for a team total. It's just crazy. Like
I can't get that.
128.5. I'll probably just go somewhere else on the card for a team total.
I can get you 126.5.
And they sound the same.
Yeah.
Yo, 126 points is a lot. I feel like the cap for a team total for me is like 123. Like if I have to score over 120 points, that's a lot of points.
Let's roll on to our next spot because it is very, very interesting. Again, we have both teams on the second half of a back-to-back. Of course, Ice Tray out for the Hawks, so Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who will care very much about playing the Raptors, we assume, at least we think he will. The Raptors have won 3 straight games. They have a much more difficult back-to-back. the Hawks stay at home. And of course, we remember the first game of the season. The Raptors went in, we had them plus 5.5, and they smoked Atlanta by 20. Atlanta must remember that. You would think that they must remember that. Raptors have also won 3 straight. Took out Cleveland. BI is playing very well. Barrett playing well. Pirtle is back. I mean, Shed had 8 assists in the last game. Barnes had 8 assists. So your point guard, is not even. I mean, well, we think IQ is going to be the one with the distribution numbers. It's not the case. I mean, we played 8 games and Quickly's led our team in assists in 4 of them, which is a surprise. So 3 straight wins. We beat up on Milwaukee by 28. We beat up on Memphis by 13. We beat up on Cleveland in Cleveland by 11. That was on Halloween. So now we set out on a 5-game road trip. This one is going to take some time. Atlanta tonight, Philadelphia tomorrow, and they're a healthy group. They're a healthy group that is rolling. So James says Toronto had to have a battle off the bench to shoot threes, have a hard time on the boards versus Cleveland last cup game. Let's take a look at the Hawks. They're playing better. They've won 3 of 4. They just took out Orlando at home on Tuesday. So they've had 2 full days off. So have the Raptors, but the Raptors had to travel. So that's our situation right now. The injury report is, Trae Young out, and then Kennard questionable. The Raptors are completely healthy. This line has moved towards the Hawks. This opened up as a pick'em at 3:31 p.m. yesterday. It moved 5 cents 5 hours later. It was not moving. It is today, this morning, that it's been moving. -1, -1.5, -2.5. Since it got to 2.5, there's been a 10-cent move to the Raptors, but that's a pretty legitimate move towards the Hawks. This total is a 236. It opened up at 234.5, got up to 236, back to 234.5, and now back up to 236 here. I'm with Wine Time. If I can beat NBA, which I've proven to do the last couple of years, and almost every year except for one. Every year except for one, I've beaten it by double digits. But that one year was 3 years ago, and it was bad. It's situational, and it's sides. I don't feel like I have an edge over models, the advanced models that the books have on totals. When we get to the cash flow, 70% of the tickets, 74% of the cash on Toronto. And we've moved 2.5 points to Atlanta. Circa has only moved to 2. We know what to do here. We bet Atlanta. Mm-hmm. They've got revenge. They're missing their point guard. You have a completely healthy Raptors team. And yet, so this is the situation here at Circa. They open this up at -1. The first time they show us anything, it's 84% of the tickets, 89% of cash on Toronto. And they've already moved Atlanta to -3. And they're doing what they seem to do. I guess they just fade their own gamblers, because now there's 70% of the tickets and 52% of the cash on Toronto. So now Atlanta money is coming in, and they've dropped it a point down to -2. Still, I think this is a pretty clear market saying, we'll take your Raptors money. They've won 3 straight. They beat this team by 20. If you want to bet them again, we'll take it. One time, get us started here. Raptors, Hawks.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be a 2-unit play for me, and I'm going to give it out as a 2-unit play because we're going to move on it 2 different ways here. We're going to move on the Atlanta Hawks on the money line at -130, and we are also going to move on the Atlanta Hawks -2 at -115. Pretty much the only way I can get 2 units down for show purposes, and I have 2 units down on this, a unit down on each, and I know it's kind of like I think this is an Atlanta Hawks spot. You already touched on it. Raptors smashed them in that first game of the season that we were talking about. I remember talking about it on the show with you guys. They were the dog. They won outright. Toronto's playing some really good basketball, and I'm looking at their starting 5, and I'm like, wow, like this is a good team, Jim. I like the starting 5 that the Toronto Raptors have here. From when I look at it from just a matchup standpoint, I think that obviously Raptors are the better team here. But situationally, what you talked about, that's pretty much what it is for the NBA for me nowadays. Situational and the market. X's and O's can get involved somewhat, but we know we can listen to the market, and we're going to be successful in that when it comes to NBA. And that's what we're going to do here. Hawks obviously jumped up, 2.5 points right now. Apologies. Let me do not disturb my thing. And with that being said, I think this is a Hawks spot. It's at home on a Friday night. I think this place is going to be rocking and rolling in the ATL. 7:30 start for them. This place is going to be going nuts. I think they're going to take advantage of the situation. You're going to take care of business. So 2 units down in this game, money line -130 and the -2, -115.
They do have the Lakers on deck. And, Justin will tell you years where they are only getting 12,000 in that arena, Lakers come in and it sells out. So they're, I wonder if I know this is a cup game. This team beat them by 20. They have to be alert. Let's hear what Justin has to say about his Hawks hosting the Raptors. Justin, take it away.
I'm sticking to the script. I did not cap this game. There was things I liked, and then I had to remind myself that I don't cap this game. So I love to hear that Wonton wants us to win, but he said we're going to win 2 units, make me feel confident. But like this team just, I don't know. It's just hard being a Hawks fan. And I broke my rule one time and made 2 bets when I said I wasn't capping this game, and I lost both of them. So I'm sticking to the script. I hope that the Hawks win. I hope that, we remember. But I seen something earlier, like, I want to say this, the Raptors, I think I wrote down, the Raptors are 6-0 the last 6 times in Atlanta against my Hawks. So ATS. So my whole thing is like, it's a cup game. I can't say we could sit this one out and not win it, but I want us to win. But I don't know. I don't want to get involved in this game. I just hope my Hawks win. I wanted to bet Scotty Barnes PRA bad, but I feel like that's still breaking the rules. So I ain't got nothing.
It's all good, man. I get, if you're too close to a team, it creates a bias. I'm very close to the Canucks, and I just want to fade them every single game out of. For a lot of that is just my own anger about the franchise. Now they've only won 3 times in regulation this year, so I think it's right. But I can understand that dealing with your own team can cloud your.
Well, I got futures with them, so I don't want to lose twice. I need them to win 48 games. So until then, I need them to win every single game. So I feel like if I bet a game and they don't win and I lose, like I feel like I'm losing twice. So, and I'm always on the wrong side of this team. Like,
yeah,
I'm over it. Just win me 48 games and win a division. I'm all right.
No, I feel that, man. I feel that. We have Action Jackson is on Barnes tonight. Let's hear what Brizzy's plan is. Brizzy, Raptors, Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Hawks in this spot. Recent resilience, going 2-1 without trading the lineup. It shows how much of a focal point Jalen Johnson is in the lineup. Number 3 for half-court defense. It's crazy because Atlanta's really been struggling in transition. Toronto opening night, they dominated them inside, though, out-rebounded them by 20+, 86 to, 56-point differential inside the paint. That's pretty astonishing. I mean, those numbers are concerning back in Atlanta at Chalk, but I don't expect another 20+ point Toronto win in Atlanta. I don't know. There's a couple of ways you can move on this. I like Atlanta team total over 118.5 -120. Atlanta's been hanging up big numbers. Toronto's been giving up big numbers. I like Atlanta on the money line. And then with the back-to-back situation, I would imagine the person that's most affected in this game has to be Kristaps Porzingis. I don't think they're going to be really playing Kristaps like that in this game. This could be a Yeka Okongwu spot. His PRA prop's 22.5. He's gone over his PRA prop in 7 out of his last 8 games, 4 out of 4 versus Toronto head-to-head. So I got to look into this a little bit more, but there's 3 spots that I like. The player prop, Yeka Okongwu, will get more minutes with Porzingis, depending on what they do with the back-to-back situation. I like Atlanta on the money line, and I like Atlanta team total over. Picking on Toronto's team total has been kind of profitable. Not really more totals for me, just more team totals has been more profitable for me in the NBA this year.
And you are going to still wait on to decide what makes your card, what you move on officially?
Yeah, they got ADP fucking Athens going on.
Okay.
I got a Djokovic Mazzetti exacta result for the finals. Mazzetti's going into a 3rd set. Sebastian Court is an American. So it's, you got some money that we got to figure it out first and make sure we secure it. last week of the season. So to other people, it probably sounds like fucking Chinese.
For anybody who cares, Quavo's supposed to be at the game too.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign that Quavo's at the game on a Friday than a Saturday.
ATL. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like anybody don't know, he rap for the Amigos, but.
I want to touch on the total really quick. I mean, because you mentioned it, Brizzy, the team total for the Hawks. I kind of like that too. I mean, right now we're seeing 80% of the tickets and 69% of the cash on the under, and this line has gone up. I'm looking at Circa right now. I mean, this opened up at what, a 234.5. It's moved a 1.5 with all the money and tickets coming in on the under. This might be a triple up spot. I might move on Atlanta Hawks team total with you. I'm going to wait on that. I want to go over a couple other things after the show. And I tweet it out, but I like that total because I think this game's going to go over in general. So I might get there as well with the Hawks team total.
Yeah, it's crazy though. On a 10+ game card, I might have 3 spots because if I doubled up on this spot, it would be money line team total. I think they would have to hit the team total to hit the money line. Like Atlanta's not winning a low scoring, grind it out type of game. They're gonna have to run it up and run Toronto off the floor, and Toronto has done that in their losses.
I'm gonna move on the Hawks here. I have no need to rush into it. If it moves to 3, it'll only give me more confidence.
Yeah.
And I don't think it will. I think that probably closes at 2 or 1.5, and that's still enough for me. It's still enough for me. You have the Raptors riding high, flying high, feeling good about themselves, starting a really long road trip, and then you have a Hawks team that knows they just lost by 20 to open the year in front of their own fans, and you don't have Ice Tray out there, so everyone's giving you a little bit more. I'm going to be on the Atlanta Hawks. So that's the first spot for me on this NBA card. Let's move on to the next game here. We have Stacks going to get us started here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, the Detroit Pistons at Brooklyn Nets. So we don't have these teams on the first half of a back-to-back. Irish King also on Toronto money line. Wager Detective on the Hawks money line. So Wager Detective, I mean, that's the first person we've seen on the Hawks. It's everybody backing the Raptors. And that's why the Hawks are appealing.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto's the better team here, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Stacks, no offense to your team, my guy, but I mean, if we're looking at these starting fives combined, I mean, I think the Raptors have a pretty damn good starting five. If they're healthy, this team is going to win some big time games, but just such a situational spot. You mentioned, I mean, Friday night in the ATL, they lost first game in the season to them at home. They want this game back here. I think they're going to show up, and I think they're going to score a lot of points. So I love the Atlanta Hawks tonight.
Yeah, it's just, of course, Raptors have won 3 straight. I mean, but it's tricky for them going out on the road here, which they've been fine on the road. We watched them beat Atlanta by 20. Yeah. That shit, you remember that. You remember that. You remember a team coming in on your opening night beating you by 20. We're not talking about 2 months ago. The
last thing I'll say about this game is for East Group A, we talked about East Group A earlier in the show for the Cleveland game. Cleveland sitting in 3rd in East Group A. I feel like we have to bring up the standings and the differentials when we're bringing up these games. Atlanta and the Hawks, whoever wins this game really might walk away with East Group A if Cleveland doesn't win this game by margin tonight against Washington. And that could be something that makes Toronto really giddied up. I mean, if you look at the point differential, Atlanta's plus 20 in the point differential. As of right now, depending on how the Cleveland game goes, they could lose this game and still fuck around and end up winning Group A. So, that would be my only hesitancy.
But I mean, if our chat, they're all talking about wanting to back the Raptors. 72% of tickets, 77% of cash is on the Raptors. And so the books have said, "Oh, really? Well, we'll give you an even better number." And look, does it give you an edge being on the book side? I think it gives you an ROI edge.
Yes, it does.
I mean, it's not that it's going to work every single time, but I think when you see the books open up their arms to the team that you would expect due to recent play win, I mean, it becomes
the
more
better
and more
team
appealing.
Go from a favorite to a dog here. It's going to tell what the public coming in taking the Raptors. This is NBA betting, guys. I mean, at its finest, this is how we take advantage of these spots right here. It's taken a while for me to learn this. It takes some time to learn. But when you learn the situational spots in the market, I feel like in the NBA, that's key here.
I agree completely. But if you guys are on the Raptors, it's a real simple thing. It's as it if you go up against a capper that you respect, you go up against them because you have the conviction to go up against them. You're like, no, I know this is right. You'll have a positive ROI. So if you have that conviction going up against the books, then maybe you'll have positive ROI. But if you just say, oh, I don't care what the books are doing, well, then you won't have a positive ROI. If you need to know, okay, yes, the books are opening up their arms to anybody who wants the Raptors. At first, the Raptors were a pick 'em, and now they're going to give me plus money. They're going to give me plus money to bet the Raptors or plus points. So I need to have very serious conviction if I think these books are idiots. What are they doing? Because I'll never feel that way personally. Let's roll. Next up for us, we have Pistons Nets. Nets coming off their first win of the year. Pistons rolling 6-2, 2-1 on the road. Nets 1-7, but yet to win at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Again, neither of these teams have a back-to-back to worry about, so this is a little bit easier. Detroit playing at the 19th fastest pace, 101.25 possessions a game. They're only shooting 46.2 from the field is fine. 34.7 from three. It's their defense. It's their intangibles. They're a good basketball team that doesn't need to shoot very well to beat you. And it's similar with the Cavaliers when they're healthy. They don't have to, shoot very well to beat you. Brooklyn playing 25th fastest pace, 99.31 possessions a game. They're shooting poorly, as one would expect, 44.2 from the field and 32.7 from three. Harris, Ivy, Sasser out. LeVert is questionable. Cam Thomas and Highsmith out for the Brooklyn Nets. Situationally here, the Pistons are rolling. They've won 4 straight. Three of those wins came at home. They're coming off a victory over the Utah Jazz, 114-103. That was on Wednesday. All of these wins have come by margin. They beat Orlando to get this started by 19. They beat Dallas at home by 12. They beat Memphis in Memphis by 8. And they just defeated Utah by 11. So they're rolling. And then you have Brooklyn getting their first win of the year, 112-103 at Indiana to stop the skid. But they come back home where they were losing by margin. The last 2 games they lost to Philly by 24, and they lost to Minnesota by 16. Let's take a look at the line history and hear if Stacks is moving on our next game on the slate. This total is a 227. It opened up at 228, dropped down to 225.5, and has climbed back up to 227. And then on the point spread here, we have Detroit minus 10.5. Opened up at 9, got up to 10.5. This was a 10.5 at 5 p.m. yesterday. Back to 10, moves back up to 10.5 a little bit after midnight. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this spot, we have 92. This is hard to believe, but they're telling us, and I'm going to got to look at a different site too. And maybe it's good because of the Toronto one to look at a different site for both of these, but 92% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on Brooklyn. So what they're telling us, 90% of tickets and 89% cash on the under. So let's just go to Circa and see what they're saying. And they're saying the same thing. 84% of the tickets and 88% of the cash on Brooklyn. They just moved it from Brooklyn plus 11 to Brooklyn plus 10. So that's the lowest Brooklyn has been thus far. So they are respecting it a little bit. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, this was a game that I couldn't get to no matter what. I don't want Brooklyn off their first win of the season. Then now Detroit's on the road. It took my money, the Jazz by a basket. So I'm not a Pistons backer. Like, I don't think this Pistons team is as good as everyone's trying to make them out to be. I think they're just an average team, maybe below average, even in the weak ass East. So I don't want to be on them. I don't want to be on Brooklyn. I want to look at props. I want to look at Jalen Duren, his points and his rebounds. And I couldn't get there with the high spread. Anyone knows I don't like to bet props with double-digit spreads. So ultimately, I couldn't get to nothing in this game.
Pistons, Nets. Brizzy, you moving on this?
I just got to see the injury report here for the Detroit Pistons. Some of the depth problems. Tobias is out. LeVert is questionable. I would like to have one of those two in if I'm going to be paying minus 10 for them. But Pistons 4-game recent surge, 4 straight games by double digits. the big thing for me that makes me want to fade the fuck out of Brooklyn in this spot, no Cam Thomas for Brooklyn. Oh, shit's about to go south in Brooklyn with no Cam Thomas. Shit is about to go south in fucking the Nets arena tonight. And yeah, like the Michael Porter Jr. brick show, you're gonna be watching him fucking shooting clankers all night. That makes the no Cam Thomas thing makes me feel like you're not gonna get a lot of opportunities where Brooklyn's gonna not have their leading scorer on the court and the spread not be like 15, 18 points. So like from that aspect, it makes me kind of want to bet them. And then this line opened up -8 and has gone to 10.5. We're seeing like a little bit of buyback resistance here on Brooklyn coming in, but I as much as I don't want to do it, I mean, damn, this got to be a Detroit spot. Detroit's got to get rolling here. They have yet to play a game in East Group B. East Group B consists of the Boston Celtics, who beat the Sixers last Friday, the Pistons, the Magic, and the Nets. So we'll see how the Magic and Celtics game go. But if the Pistons get a margin victory win here, let's say if the Pistons beat up the Nets by 20-plus points, that might put them firmly in Group B first place here, because the Sixers and Pistons play each other next, and they have the easiest schedule after that. So it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like for Detroit to win this game, I feel like you will want them to win by margin for the standings, but I would like to know who the fuck is playing, because a couple of the bets that I took on the last show, like Karl-Anthony Towns getting ruled in, I would not bet a fucking under in Minnesota, New York if I knew Karl-Anthony Towns was playing. Like that, like destroyed half of the cap. So I would like to see who the fuck's playing for Detroit. But Brooklyn, super fade without Cam Thomas.
Real quick, not to interrupt you, but why did this line open so low? I mean, 8's not low, 8.5, but for a road team, Pistons versus the Nets, I felt like that was low when we knew Cam was out. We didn't just find out Cam was out. We knew Cam was out. He got hurt the last game.
Played 6 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. So we knew he wasn't going to be in this game. I think 8 was low. Like, now they moved it a little bit, but it's something that Jimmy always mentions. Like, I don't know if that was correction or if that was people saying, oh, shit, woke up and realized Cam not playing. But if you watched the last game against the Pacers, you knew he wasn't playing.
Yeah, but I think it's more about the Tobias being questionable or Tobias being out, and then LeVert being questionable. That's a huge drop off of like who they're running out there from, like Duncan Robinson. They don't have Simon Fontecchio anymore. It'd be Duncan Robinson. Rylan Holland's also questionable. So like he would be the person that you would like. There's some questions about Detroit's wing depth if LeVert doesn't play in this game.
Yeah, this is a pass for me, guys. I question how many tickets are on this game, seeing that many tickets and money on the Nets. I mean, who is betting the Nets? I get it, they're double-digit dog, but the last 2 times that's happened, they've gotten blown the fuck out, and I think that's going to happen here against Detroit. I think Detroit beats these guys by 20-plus points, and it's probably a double-up spot. Detroit first half, Detroit full game. I can't move on it yet because I don't know if I trust this market, and my shit's not loading right now, so I can't even – oh, here it goes. Okay, so we're back here. There we go. Let me see. Detroit, Brooklyn, 93% of bets and 95% of cash on the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, who's betting the Brooklyn Nets right now? I don't know if I can actually believe that right now.
Well, Action Network's telling us a bit of a
telling
different
us
story.
different. Yeah, that's what I was going to touch on. It's telling us completely different. It's saying more people are coming on the Pistons. It's a game I don't want nothing to do with at this point. Will I be surprised if Detroit's up 20 points at half and wins this game by 20-plus points? I will not be surprised. I think that's probably going to be the outcome. It just doesn't correlate enough for me to move on a spot in this game, so it's going to be a pass.
Yeah, I get it. I think that I mean, we want to say nice things about Cam Thomas, but when one guy's taking 25 shots a game, you know, I mean, you finally get him off the floor, and then everybody eats.
Reminds me of Kobe in his last season when he was just going out there dropping, 25, 30 every single game and just only shooting that ball. I mean, it's a different story. It's Kobe. He was the end of his career.
The problem with the Nets, while there's a lot of problems, the main problem with the Nets is they don't have a facilitator. They're literally running out lineups without a point guard in it. So like knocking off another guard is very detrimental. Like Tyrese Martin is their projected point guard in the starting lineup tonight. That motherfucker played small forward last year for the Brooklyn Nets. Like he's your starting point guard tonight, and then you got Sarif backing him up with Demon. Who are these people? Why are they in the NBA? Like, what? There's some people that could definitely play some roster spots over these guys. So, like, that's the problem with the Brooklyn Nets is, like, yeah, you take off Cam Thomas, he might be – you say what you want about Cam, but, like, I don't know how Brooklyn puts up points on the board in this game.
It's kind of like what Jimmy said. They could be in the locker room like, hey, y'all, we get some shots now. Cam ain't playing. We get a chance to see how good we are. Like Michael Porter's like, he going to be in, right?
Yeah, but like
he got a chance to do something.
The other day we faded the Pelicans mainly off one of the main sources of the cap was they're coming off their first win of the season. Brooklyn's coming off their first road win of the season, double-digit win in Indiana. Like what? Like I don't know how many games Brooklyn's going to be winning this year, so I'm going to be fading them for the games after they won.
Yeah, I can comfortably stay off of the spot here. I'm very interested to see what happens with this market as it marinates. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the big one, Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. This is big. Rockets opened up the year with 2 losses and then steamroll 5 straight wins. We remember we talked about the futures market in this division. Rockets opening up minus 200. Spurs were at least plus 200 up to plus 400 at some spots. And they've looked good, 5-2, but undefeated at home. And the Spurs are on a back-to-back, but they don't need to care about their next game. It's at home versus the Pelicans. They care about this one. Houston's not on the second half of a back-to-back, playing good ball, coming off destroying Memphis 124-109 on Wednesday night. Well, the Spurs lost their second straight game. The Phoenix loss was egregious. The Lakers loss wasn't as bad, 118-116. It was a tight one. And now they come back home where they were playing very, very good basketball. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and see what our group is doing here for this one. We have the Rockets minus 4.5 now. Opened up at minus 2. Moved to 2.5 21 minutes later, and it's just kept moving towards them. Now 4.5, and it's a juiced 4.5 as well. There are some sharp books that are still at 3.5. We'll take a look at what the legal. Oh no, this just moved. So the sharp book I was surprised was still at 3.5. Just moved to 4 9 minutes ago. So this line is moving briskly towards the Rockets, who are playing good basketball. Yeah. We have a total here at 224. It opened up at 225, dropped down to 223.5, climbed back up to 224. And when we get to the cash flow here for this spot, we have 63% of the tickets on the Rockets and 55% of the cash, 66% of the tickets on the under, and 90% of cash on the under. BetMGM's moved it to 4.5. Circa moved it to 4. And they're getting Rockets action coming in. This is the first game really where 77% of the tickets, 76% of cash on the Rockets, and Circa's respecting that. We've seen them disrespect a lot of the money that's come in, but not here. They respect this line move towards the Houston Rockets. So let's roll here. Brizzy, take it away. Rockets Spurs.
Yeah, this is a very low total, and then you look at where these teams are rated defensively, and you kind of understand why. Houston number 6, San Antonio number 2. But I feel like for San Antonio, one thing that I recognize that we didn't really talk about too much in the LA Laker game from watching that game, like standalone, was the loss of Dylan Harper's huge for the Spurs. They can't afford a lot of playmakers, like people that can create their own shot outside of Wemby, to be out of the lineup. And that can't be underestimated enough because Dylan Harper was like running the second unit, and the Lakers, the way that they came back in that game, it was like mainly because maybe they didn't have Dylan Harper out there. Like as soon as the second unit started coming out and the Lakers started making that push, I mean, that was all that they needed to really climb back in that game. And it kind of makes me have a little bit of deja vu about San Antonio in years past, about how they kind of blow games at the end of it. Houston's been rolling first in offensive rating, number 6 defensive rating. I think it's a Houston first half spot. Houston first half 5-2, first half ATS 4-0, first half ATS on the road this season. I think Houston could start off strong, and then we see San Antonio come back. I think Houston gets off to a good start here. We might see a little bit more Steven Adams. I think that's the reason why the total's so low. This seems like a Steven Adams probably plays 20 to 25 minutes type of spot.
They are both playing at a very slow pace. Houston, third slowest in the league. San Antonio, fourth slowest in the league. The reason why the totals in the games they've been playing have still climbed high is because of their efficiency. And the Rockets are shooting the lights out. 49.3 from the field, 42.7 from 3 over the season. Spurs shooting 49.7 from the field and a little worse from 3 at 35.8. Wine time, take it away. Rockets, Spurs.
Nothing for me in this one, guys. It's a lean towards the under, and it's a lean towards the Houston Rockets. But this is one of those games I just don't really want to get involved with. I don't want to back the Houston Rockets here in this spot, even though I do think that is the spot here. I mean, they're laying, 4 points right now? I mean, I think San Antonio is the better team, and they're playing at home. I know they're both from Texas, but I don't know. I think San Antonio is the better team, and seeing people come in taking Houston, and the lines are these books are respecting it and moving this line tells me it's a Houston spot. Want nothing to do with this game, though. This is going to be a good – I like both these two teams. I think these two teams are going to make the playoffs this year, obviously, but I don't want to have anything to do with this. This is an easy pass for me. I'll have plenty to say in a couple other games.
I fear fading the Spurs after these two losses coming back home, but the market is screaming that it's the right move.
It is. It just doesn't – I don't know. I don't know why I don't move on the Rockets. It's maybe a weird thing. I don't like fading the Spurs, honestly. Whenever I bet Spurs games, I'm always betting on them. Whenever I bet against them in the past, I just hasn't been profitable for me. And I do think that this is a Rockets spot, and that would be the spot I move on. If this market continues to go towards Rockets, I mean, maybe I do move on them even at a worse number, just because I do think they take care of business. But Billy kind of touched on it too about Dylan Harper. I mean, yeah, that guy can create his own shot. He's going to go out there and attack the rim. He's going to be able to get those layups, get to the free throw line, and without having him in that second unit, that definitely hurts. But I still think San Antonio is the better team here between these two. It's a pass for me, though. It sounds like it's a Houston Rockets spot.
It also sounds like either Olnick or Sohan will be held out here. They're both questionable. Do you need either? I mean, I guess they'll save one for tomorrow night against the Pelicanos. They're both listed as questionable. Let's hear what Justin has to say about this one. Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Wine Time. I do think it's a Rocket spot, but even though the market's saying it's just really hard for the fade the Spurs team back at home after coming off of back-to-back losses. Like, I believe in the Spurs team, not in this spot so much, but being that this line got away from me, I would probably look at Wemby. If anything, I would look at Wemby props, but like I want to bet the Spurs, but I want to bet the Rockets, but I just don't want to fade the Spurs. And coming off if they would have won their last game or one of those two last ones, regardless of what the market said, I'd probably be on the Spurs, but I don't know, two losses, I can't do it. And then they play the Pelicans tomorrow. Like they can look at that like a layup. So I don't have nothing in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it would take a ton of conviction for me to back the Spurs here with this market moving to 4. We have Kong's Clips on the Spurs money line, the biggest jewel on the Spurs money line. Yeah, I don't want to look. It's simple. I'm not going to fade the Spurs off of 2 straight losses, and I'm not going to back the Spurs when the market is really respecting this Houston Rockets money who won 5 straight. So I'm going to stay off of that spot. Let's move on to our next spot on the board here. We'll get Stacks hitting leadoff for us here. First off, the Heat have come home. It was a 4-game road trip. They lost 3 of those games, only beat the Clippers by a point, lost the other 3. lost to the Spurs by 6, and then Lakers by 10, and the Nuggets by 10. We doubled up on that game. We had Nuggets -9, and the Heat team total under 116.5. Here they're on the first half. Well, first off, they're on a 4-game homestand, but they're also on the first half of back-to-back. They host Portland tomorrow night. The Bobcats come in off of a loss at the Pelicans, 116-112. They have a 1-day rest advantage as well here. They had beaten the Jazz 126-103 at home after losses to Minnesota and Orlando. So they've lost 4 or 5 and coming off of a loss to the Pelicans. And the Heat did not look very good on that trip. They did not look very good. They looked really good to start the year, but this was a step in the wrong direction. Bam is out, and so is Tyler Hero. So we got Khalil Ware, Wiggins, Larson, Storman, Norman Powell, and Davion Mitchell. For the Hornets, LaMelo is questionable. We know Miller's out. Let's take a look.
LaMelo got downgraded to doubtful, and Colin Sexton neck downgraded to doubtful for Friday's game.
Wow, yeah, it says here Sexton unlikely to play, so it's the Trey Mann party. Oh, that's ugly. So big losses here for the Hornets. This is an ugly starting lineup. Good God.
Good God is right, dude. Holy fuck. The mighty have fallen. Say what you want about LaMelo, but the drop-off of this team is, man, some of these names that you're seeing in here are just wild. Simon James, do people even remember that he played for Duke last year?
No.
Exactly. Like, he was like a fucking role player on Duke last year, and he's your starting point guard out here tonight? Like, that's wild to me.
Let's take a look at what they've done with this line. First off, this total is 240. It opened up at 238.5. It got up to 243.5. A lot of this is predicated on pace because we've been talking about all year. Heat are playing at fastest pace in the league, 106.38 possessions a game. They're also shooting the ball very well, 49.5 from the field and 38.8 from 3. The Hornets are also shooting the ball really well, 48 from the field and 38.2 from 3, and playing at the 6th fastest pace in the NBA. But, I mean, this total is just way too high to me. Miami now -6.5. Open up -5, dropped down to 4.5. This was a 5 for a while, and then climbed up to 6.5 with this latest news from Shoot Around. So I mean, I don't see how the Hornets have a chance here. I mean, you have an angry Miami team. First half of back-to-back, but they don't have to travel. You have 67% of tickets and 89% of cash on the Hornets, 93 and 89 on the under. Seems like it was timed a certain way. This is a wild. Let's get Stacks in on this one. We'll go with Wine Time next. Stacks, take it away. Hornets Heat.
Yeah, there's a lot of different variables in this, and I got 2 plays in this game. And I don't know how many people know, but Spoelstra's house burnt down.
Yeah.
So Miami Heat. So it's like, and it wasn't just like a little kitchen fire, like it burnt down. And my whole thing is like, do you rally, do you rally behind it with no Bam? But I still like the spot with or without the injuries for the Hornets. And I'm on without no Bam, someone's gonna have to make up that them points. And playing beside Davion Mitchell, I like Norman Powell over 23.5 points. Got that at -110. And I'll take the Miami Heat, best number you can get. I think it's a perfect spot. I think they're going to rally behind it, even if them people wasn't out for the Hornets. I had the Heat circled and highlighted. Like, I really wanted to bet them. And then I just recently found out this morning about Spoelstra's house. So, like, whether it means anything or not, but I just feel like it's a Heat culture. Like, you're going to rally behind him. So, give me the Heat and give me Norman Powell over 23.5 points.
The problem here is what we talked about earlier. They play Denver on Wednesday to cap a 4-game road trip. So they're playing in the altitude. They fly back yesterday and they play tonight. It's generally speaking, it's not a situation that I would back. I'm gonna look for Mitchell and the best line I can
not
find.
Mitchell, Norman Powell.
Oh shit! I thought you were on Davion Mitchell. My bad. Storman.
No, I
Okay,
said he
Norman.
played. Did I say? I thought you said. I thought he plays next to Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, Storman, Norman. Okay, I'll line shop for Norman Powell and the Heat. Brizzy, take it away. Hornets Heat.
This is pretty cut and dry. I mean, the Charlotte injury news report tells you everything you need to know. I mean, Miami ran a number on them in the first meeting with LaMelo in the lineup. No Bam for Miami, but while that leave them vulnerable, I think that should help the phonetic pace in this game. Miami early, they've been really good early. 5-3 first half ATS, 2-0 ATS at home. This is crazy. This is only the second, or this is the only third Miami home game for the season, coming back for a 4-game road trip. This is I got to figure out if this is Miami double result, Miami first half, Miami money line, all three, Miami wire to wire, like Kellen Ware props. Like this is the bonanza. Kellen Ware against Ryan Kalkbrenner. I love Ryan Kalkbrenner and his numbers have looked good this year, but yeah, there's a lot to like in this game. The only hard part is I think you're just gonna have to stomach the market move to -7.5s. Probably. I think somebody said it in the chat when I pulled up the chat comment. I don't see how this shit don't close at -9. You talking? There's a lot of games on this slate, and you start comparing games, and it's just like, yeah, I would definitely bet the Miami Heat over the Detroit Pistons or the Minnesota Timberwolves -12. This is Miami all day, in my opinion. And if it's too good to be true, fuck it. I'll just lose some money in the NBA then.
Coach.
I honestly think, guys, it might be a little bit too good to be true here. I'm not going to get involved in this one because I was going to be on the Charlotte Hornets. As soon as I saw it get down to a 4.5, I was going to move on the money line. Didn't move on anything prior to the show that I wanted to come on here and do it live. And that's what I'm doing here. I don't know, though. I mean, if this line doesn't get to a 9, I think I might have to be back on the Hornets because the Miami Heat should be at least a -9 here against this Hornets roster. I mean, are the Heat really missing anyone? I mean, it looks like their starting 5 is there. They're playing at home on a Friday night. Why is this only a 6?
No Bam Adebayo.
No Bam Adebayo. Yeah, you're right, Bill. Yeah, apologies on that one. 6.5 right now. I mean, I think this should at least be a 7.5, if not maybe an 8 or an 8.5. And the fact that it isn't with those guys out is a little concerning. But then again, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys I think the Charlotte Hornets are going to win and give you a reason for it. It just maybe seems like, I mean, who's going to back the Charlotte Hornets today, guys? From right now, the market tells us everyone's on them, which is a little surprising. I think that might have happened before the news of whoever just got ruled out for Charlotte. How long has LaMelo been ruled out for?
That literally just got like 10 minutes ago. It came across my screen.
Yeah, so the people were on Charlotte before. I don't know. I mean, it's a weird
the sports books did their job. They gave you an appealing number on the Charlotte Hornets. Early bettors or sharp bettors bet the Hornets. The NBA injury news report comes out. They get fucked. What are you going to do? Arb out? Like you can't really arb out.
Yeah, that's why I've stayed off moving too early in NBA. You just can't do it nowadays. You really have to wait some time, and that's what I'm doing so far this year. It's been rare that I've came on here prior to the show and had plays pretty much given out, and if so, is less than an hour before the show. But that being said, it's going to be a pass for me, guys, because I wanted to be on the Hornets, and I kind of still do. I couldn't tell you why I would actually want to move on. It would just be from a standpoint of thinking that everyone's going to be on Miami Heat on their money line parlays. Everyone's going to have USC tonight in their money line parlays with Memphis and maybe Miami to close it out. And I don't know. It just seems a little bit too good to be true still. So I'm going to stay away. Nothing for me in this game.
I think Stacks was saying something about this. You don't think that people, when they were capping this game last night, saw Bam Adebayo out for the Heat, LaMelo Ball questionable. Heat blew out the Hornets in their first meeting, which was like literally last Tuesday, and them think, oh, Hornets all day here. You gotta take them +5.5. I don't know, man. Like the what you said about the money line parlays, will it close like that? Yeah, for sure. But I also think the initial sharp money, Charlotte was one of the sharpest spots of the card today. Like that's that people were betting.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was going to move on him. I thought it was going to be the spot. I'm glad I didn't move on him prior because you can get a way better number now. it just I can't pull the trigger on Charlotte at this point. I can't pull it on the Heat, even though I do expect. I mean, you're looking at this from an X and O standpoint and matchup standpoint. I mean, the Miami Heat should win this game by 10 plus, right, at home in Miami. But it just, I don't know, something doesn't click for me. So it's going to be a pass.
Well, I'll tell you guys what, and those of you who've capped with me for a while know this. I won't bet any team off a 7+ day road trip that has to fly back the following day and then play the next day. You finish your road trip, you fly back, you play the next day. That's the worst spot in all of basketball. It doesn't matter if you've really won or lost. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So it's just a situation where I won't back the Heat.
And I agree with that though, Jimmy. But I think this might be like the asterisk, like the small print. Like after being on the road and then you come home, like the Heat have a whole different culture. I just think they're gonna giddy. It's a cup game. This is the perfect time to giddy up for your coach that just lost his house. Like
yeah, and if you look at the
different.
cup standings, if you look at the cup standings tonight, if Miami were to take advantage of this matchup, they would strongly put themselves in a spot to win East Group C. The Bulls play tonight. That game is going to be, the Bulls game is going to be competitive. You also have the Knicks 0-1 -10. Like Miami, let's say if they do win this game by 30+ points, that might be the ticket to book them into the group play if they, don't play bad. And shit, Miami's got shit to play for, man. I mean, Miami always wants to win.
Especially for the coach right now. I like the spot.
Well, it's too bad we didn't talk about the game before the announcement, because this was a 4.5 at -113. It's moved to 6.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
-6, -108. We can give you. You have a choice in Storm and Norman over 23.5 at +105, over 22.5 at -115.
Over 23.5 +105.
All right, you are in business here. We have Justin moving on. Hornets Heat. We also have our guy Big Mastro, who is a first quarter NBA specialist. I've watched him catch 6 figures on first quarter action. He's got the Miami first quarter -0.5. He says it's his second biggest bet of the night, and he parlayed it with the Spurs money line on the first quarter as well. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Wine time, you'll hit lead off. Mavericks, Grizzlies. Mavericks 2-6, 0-1 on the road. Grizzlies 3-6, 2-4 at home. FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. I was pretty fortunate when I was so wrong about the Mavericks that they still defended and they held the Pelicans under their team total despite losing outright to the Pelicans. The Mavericks are having a difficult time creating easy shots, and they are defending. They're playing at the 5th fastest pace in the league, 103.19 possessions a game, but they can't shoot. Same thing with Memphis. Both these teams are playing at a very fast pace, but have an inability to create easy buckets or hit threes. Dallas, 5th fastest pace, 103.19, 44% from the field, and 31.5% from three. Memphis playing even faster, 103.44 possessions a game, 4th fastest, but shooting 43.9 from the field and 33% from three. It's two very ugly offenses here facing each other. Let's set this one up and then hand it over to Wine Time. Mavericks coming off that 101-99 home loss to the Pelicans. They've now lost 3 straight and haven't looked good doing it. That was the low watermark of the year here. They lost in Mexico City to Detroit and then lose at Houston. That was a tough travel situation, 110-102, and then lose at home to the Pelicans, and they're on the first of a back-to-back with travel, and it's not easy. I mean, they're off to Washington tomorrow. This is also the 3rd game in 4 nights, and that soon they're going to be playing 4 games in 6 nights. It's not the 3rd game in 4 nights till tomorrow, but still just an ugly spot here for them. Let's talk about these Memphis Grizzlies. Memphis Grizzlies are not in a back-to-back situation. They don't play again until Sunday night, but they face the defending champion Thunder. So they're in a better situation, but they're playing terrible. They've lost 4 straight, the Lakers' loss was not by margin, but they lose by 13 at Toronto. They lose by 8 at home to Detroit, and then they lose by 15 at home to Houston on Wednesday night. So they're playing ugly basketball Ugly, ugly basketball. Now, that was the third game in 4 nights, so it was a tricky spot. But here we have the fourth game in 6 nights, so it's not like things get that much easier. Let's take a look at the injury situation that they are dealing with here. Davis, doubtful. And, of course, Lively out. Exum out. For Memphis, it's pretty simple. Pippen, Jerome, Edey, and Clark all out. So we know the situation. There's no surprises here. You're going to get a starting 5 of Russell, Flagg, Christie, PJ Washington, Gafford. For Memphis, Ja, KCP, Jalen Wells, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Jock Landale. So we know the situation. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have Dallas right now Memphis right now -4.5. They opened up 4, a half-point move towards Memphis. Friday night in Memphis. I mean, you're selling Dallas really low. That's the problem, though. This total is at 233. It opened up at 230, dropped down to 229.5, and now we are up to 233. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong book. Sorry, let me switch books. This opened up here at 228.5. Came out much earlier. 228.5 at 3:31 p.m. and it's now at 233 and just climbing and climbing and climbing. Look, I get it. I get it. These teams play at a fast pace, but their efficiency is horrific. Wine Time Sports. So let's take a look at the cash flow before we hand it over to Wine Time. We have 82% of tickets and 88% of cash on Dallas, and the line's moving to Memphis. I mean, this is when we talked about like clear and present market opportunities, the Hawks were a clear and present bet. And you have to say that the Memphis Grizzlies are a clear and present bet too. On the total, you have 77% of tickets on the under and 67% of cash on the over. The problem with this is that you're selling Mavericks so low, but you're also buying the Grizzlies so low. And I think if they cancel each other out, the market's telling you to bet the Grizzlies. I don't see why we don't follow. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Spoons Bets in the building. He just moved on UTSA money line. I just followed him in that. I didn't even realize there's basketball going on for a little something. So shout out to my guy Spoons right there. Moved on that live. Yeah, guys, going into this Dallas Mavericks Memphis Grizzlies game, as we're talking about this, listen, this is a weird line. I mean, the Grizzlies favorites against anyone at this point in the season right now with all the drama going on with John Morant. KD said he's not going to be there by the end of next week to his papa sitting courtside. We know his pops is going to be sitting courtside in this one. Listen, I've questioned Ja his entire career on just him outside of basketball. And at this point right now, he needs to prove something that he can be a leader. Being at home in Memphis on a Friday night against a very bad Dallas Mavericks team, Both these teams are awful. Neither of these teams are going to make the postseason this season. If you ask me, I think these teams are going to be looking from the outside in all season long. Already hearing talks about Dallas is already listening to offers about Klay Thompson right now. And there's only so much that guy can do out there. And the one thing he can do is shoot, and he's not able to make his open shots that he's taken this season. Looking to get rid of him moving to the bench. But with that being said here, I'm on the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm going to move on it right now here, guys. Come on. I mean, who's going to be on the Memphis Grizzlies in this spot? And when we're looking at the market, I mean, who is going to want to back them? People are going to want to back the Dallas Mavericks. They're going to want to back Cooper Flagg and this roster here. I know Davis is questionable or doubtful. He's not going to play in this one. There's no way he plays in this game today. Memphis are going to blow these guys out. This is a bad Dallas Mavericks team. Give me Memphis Grizzlies. I'm able to get a -4, -110 available at all of my books right now. I'm moving on that right now as we speak. I'll tweet it out after the show. But give me Memphis Grizzlies -4, -110. I think they easily take care of business tonight. They're going to show up on a Friday night in Memphis. Seems like a weird spot. I get it. And it's crazy to think that the public's coming in on Dallas. I just think that everyone probably realizes that Grizzlies are a sinking ship right now. I'm going to back that sinking ship because I don't think it's quite sunk yet. Don't get me wrong. John Morant, we'll see what he can do here. I'm going to need him to have a big night here and be a leader out there on the court. And that's asking a lot from him, but I'm going to ask him to do it. So give me the Grizzlies -4, -110 here. I'm on it. Let's go.
I'm right with you, man. I'm right with you. This is a clear and present danger. Let's hear from Justin. Take it away, Mavericks, Grizzlies.
I don't have nothing in this game. I don't want to be on Memphis. I don't want to be on Dallas. Dallas just lost to the Pelicans. Grizzlies don't seem like I don't know. I backed them. Who was it? Houston. Had the over, pushed on the over. I quietly bet the Grizzlies off stream. Didn't work out for me. I don't know. I don't want to touch this Memphis team until they figure out where Ja gonna go. And I don't know. Dallas coming off that disappointing loss. I really don't. I'm not in a hurry to fade them coming off of that loss to the Pelicans. Like, I don't know. I don't have. I'm glad y'all got action in it. I wish y'all luck.
Yeah, this is Friday night in Memphis.
Yeah.
Cooper Flag coming to town. The place will still be jumping, and I'm comfortable with it. Let's hear from Brizzy here. Brizzy, take it away. Mavericks, Grizzlies.
I mean, not the most crazy conviction, but I also think the public perception of the Dallas Mavericks has just gone too far in one direction. They have the worst offensive rating in the league. Memphis has been struggling too, 4 straight L's, third game of a 4-game homestand. Hard to gauge either squad because it's like you want to think Memphis is going to bounce back in one of these spots, but like the Ja Morant situation thing is just is an ongoing problem, and it's starting to spill out to the court. They're not really finding out who their rotational players are. I think the Dallas hatred has gone too far in one direction, and I think Dallas is. If the NBA knows what's good, West Group B could be lights, camera, action by Thanksgiving. If you look at West Group B right now, the standings go as the Lakers are in first place, 1-0, Clippers 1-0. Pelicans 0-1, Grizzlies 0-1. A loss tonight for the Grizzlies would basically put them out of West Group B. Dallas has yet to play a game in West Group B yet. Their last game of West Group B would be against the LA Lakers in LA, and that would probably be a primetime television game, and that's probably the game that would determine who wins West Group B if Dallas were to win tonight. I think Dallas, if they did win tonight, the game against the Clippers is 50-50. I think they beat the Pelicans on a rematch at the crib, and it would come down to the LA Laker game. So I can't fade Dallas here in this spot. Dallas has been burnt my pockets last time I backed them. Had a beautiful parlay, and Dallas ended up coming up short. Crazy game. Watching that game was just wild. Like they literally blew the game with like 10 to 15 seconds left in that one. I gotta go back to the I think this Dallas team total over. Memphis hasn't done anything on defense that has really showed me too much. Everyone thinks Dallas's offensive numbers are going to suck. Their offensive numbers have shown that they suck this year. They're the worst offensive rated team in the league. Their team total's at 114.5. I think that can go over.
I'm looking forward to see which of these spots that you attack, Brizzy. I will be all ears, and I'll be keeping an eye on the X. But here we have both Wine Time and I moving on the Grizzlies. Wine Time's already moved on it. I have not moved on it yet, but I will after the show. So at this point, that just adds to the Hawks. But I think there's more action for me here. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Brizzy, you'll be hitting lead off for us here. We have Bulls, Bucks, Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's a really tough spot here for the Bulls. To have to play 2 division rivals in back-to-back nights in their arenas is very difficult. Very, very difficult. We have a Bulls team with AO listed as questionable. Of course, Collins and White being out all year. Prince and Porter out for the Bucks. Let's just take a look and see if AO was at shoot around. He's been practicing and he's traveling. So AO could easily be back. He's missed 2 straight here. So let's talk about the spot here. The Bulls winning basketball games. Yes, they lost to the Knicks 128-116 on the road, but they came right back, beat the Sixers at home 113-111. They're just playing good basketball, and this is a really tough test, man. Now they've been off since the 4th, but so at least you get the 2 days full, 2 days off. But now you play in Milwaukee, and you have to prepare to have a fresh enough team against Cleveland tomorrow night. And the Bucks coming off getting destroyed at Toronto 128-120. The Giannis news obviously affected. He comes back and does nothing. 22 points. He comes back and the line moves towards the Bucks, and that cost people a lot of money. The Raptors stayed as the favorite, but the Bucks shot 28.9% from three, turned the ball over 15 times. Just did not look good. It's been tricky backing the Bucks, but this might be the spot to do it. Bulls playing at 10th fastest pace, 102.71 possessions a game, 49.6 from the field and 40.3 from three. Milwaukee playing 13th fastest pace, just a little slower than the Bulls, 50.7 from the field and 39.5 from three. Let's take a look at this line history here. First off, this total is a 240.5. Opened up at 242, dropped down to 239.5, and has climbed up to 240.5. And when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have Milwaukee minus 4.5. Opened up at 4, a half-point move to the Bucks. You have to think that nobody really wants to back the Bucks right now. Everybody would be running to back Chicago. That's not the case, though. Here it says 56% of tickets and 62% of the cash is on the Bucks. Let's see what Circa is dealing with here. Circa has 72% of tickets and 80% of cash on the Bucks, but they're respecting it. They've moved it a half point towards the Bucks. And then let's just check the Action Network here as well. See what they're doing with this one. They have 58% of tickets on the Bulls, but just 51% of the cash. I think this is a very, very difficult 2-game spot for the Bulls, and I would like to take advantage of that. The Bucks just got destroyed by 28 points. I think they're sharp here. I think there's a reason this has moved a half point towards them. Brizzy, take it away. Bulls, Bucks.
Yeah, I'm not muted. Chicago, best record in the East. I mean, yeah, they've been rolling. Milwaukee started off hot, but kind of slowed up in their last 3 games. 20-point loss in Toronto, barely beating Indy and Sacramento. Their recent form has been a little bit disappointing. Chicago has the ability to run them off the 3-point line, and I think this game is going to not close, but if I had a bet on the most points scored in the game, it's Chicago, Milwaukee by a wide margin. You could say Cleveland, Washington's 250. I still think Chicago, Milwaukee finishes as the highest scoring game of the day. This seems like a certified smoke for the over.
Giannis over 30 points for MMA Locker Room. Millsy in the house. Giannis over 30 points. Let's hear from you, Wine Time. Bulls, Bucks.
It's going to be nothing for me, but I agree with Billy. This is definitely the over game here. I mean, we're looking at the market right now, too, at this high total. Where do you think everyone is? And that's on the under here. 87% of tickets and 88% of cash on the under. It hasn't moved really, but at the same time, I mean, looking at that and it's not moving makes me think that this is going to go way over with both these teams. I don't think the Chicago Bulls are as good as they've been playing so far this season. I think they're going to take a step back as the season goes on. With that being said, it's nothing for me. We've made plenty of money off the Chicago Bulls this year, and I don't want to get involved here. If I was going to get involved, it would only be the Milwaukee Bucks here at the -4, -4.5, whatever you can get. But it's going to be a pass for me. We've got good action so far today, and we already loaded up on one game, so nothing for me in this one.
I'm with Viper. I find the Bucks very appealing in this spot. Let's hear from Justin. Take it away, Bulls, Bucks.
Yeah, I got 2 plays in this game, and you give me the best number. I didn't post it, but I'm confident with the best number you can get me. And I am on this over. I personally got over 239.5, -114 or 115, and I'm on Giannis 35 plus points for plus money, whatever you get me. And historically, Giannis kills this Bulls team. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, very, very high-scoring game. That's a good, interesting look about the high-scoring game in the for the night. I think it's going to be fireworks. I think the Bucks win this game. And I was looking at Giddey triple-double, but I really don't want to get there because I can see a way where the Bucks end up going away with this. I don't know if he'll get there. But regardless, even if it's a blowout, I think this is going to be a Bucks smash spot. Maybe the highest team scored. Like, just typically the last time they just played like 3 weeks ago. It was like 248 points scored, and the Bucks lost. So, wait, no, the Bucks lost or Bulls lost. It was 127-121. Can't remember who won, but either way, I like the Bucks. I like the Bucks. I love this over. And I love Giannis 35 plus points. That's like my number, 35.
Yeah, you just cashed the 35 plus on
with
Wednesday.
Luca.
Yeah, with Luca.
He landed exactly on 35.
Exactly right on the number. Here for so let me get the exact 35 for Giannis plus 140. Plus 140 here. And there's 239.5 left. So you got that at minus 108. So 140 here. But you're gonna leave the Bucks off of the action, Justin.
Yeah, I ain't gonna take the Bucks. I want to get there, but maybe like nothing efficient. Maybe I'll throw them in a money line part. I don't want to get the Bulls. Like they're an ATS machine this year, like ATM machine. Like they just covering everything. I think they're like 5-1, 6-1 ATS. So I don't really want the latest points. I do think it's a Buck spot, but I just see fireworks and I see Giannis going crazy.
Let's roll on. My dude looking to see if AO plays for the Bulls. If AO sits, said he'll be on Josh Giddey over 41 at PRA. Kong's Clips is on Milwaukee moneyline and Giannis 10 plus rebounds. And the Godfather says Ja under 29.5 points and boards. Says he is done playing. Even on a Friday night. I always think of him as someone who steps up on his Friday nights, but I understand the angle, Godfather. I am moving on the Bucks. So that's the third spot here for me. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern, we have the Utah Jazz, 3-5, 1-4 on the road. Minnesota Timberwolves, 4-4, 1-2 at home at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is a nice one. Let's talk about Utah. 21st fastest pace, 100.81 possessions a game, shooting 43.8 from the field, and shooting absolutely terrible from three, 31.5%. The Timberwolves' three-point shooting is 10% better than what we're seeing from the Jazz. That's a big number. Minnesota playing at the 26th fastest pace, 99.19 possessions a game, shooting 49.6 from the field and 41.2 from three. This team is shooting well. Now, they had their 2-game winning streak snapped at the Knicks. It was a game we broke down here. 137-114 was a pretty ugly loss there. Randall did all he could, put up 32, but they failed. And now they're back for a night. It's a terrible, terrible scheduling situation. You have Charlotte, Brooklyn, New York on the road. At least you've got to sit in New York for a minute. You fly back on Thursday, back to Minnesota. You play Utah tonight, and then you fly out to Sacramento to start a short back-to-back Sunday, Monday road trip, Sacramento, Utah. So this is a bad travel spot for them. The Jazz have been on this road trip for a while now, and it ends here tonight, and they host Minnesota on Monday. But it's a 5-game road trip in total. 4 games they're through. They just finished a really tough, 3 games in 4-night stretch. This is a 4-game 6 nights, all on the road, all with travel. I mean, it's a bad spot for both teams, but a really bad spot for the Jazz. Let's take a look and see what any of information here from Shoot Around. We have the lineup set, Shannon out and Nang out, so everything is set here. DiVincenzo, Edwards, McDaniels, Randall, and Gobert, and then George, Mikhailuk, Markkanen, Hendricks, and Nurkic for the Jazz. Line history-wise, we'll start with this total. This total is sitting right now at 233. Another total that's climbed. This opened up at 230.5. Got down. I guess it didn't really. Got down to 230 before it climbed up to 233. So we have a total that's climbing. And then on the point spread here, we have Minnesota minus 12.5. They opened up at 14. Got down to 11.5. Now 12.5. Still a 1.5 move towards the Jazz. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 78% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Jazz. It's a lot of money on the Jazz. Now, the line has moved towards them. It had gone 2.5 points before it came back. Let's see what Action's reporting here. They're reporting 54% of tickets and 56% of the cash on the Timberwolves. Regardless, this line's moving to the Jazz. Regardless, 77% of tickets on the under, 67% of cash on the under. Justin, take it away for us. Jazz, Wolves.
Yeah, I think it's a bad spot for both teams. But when the Timberwolves just got got dusted by the Knicks the other day on the road, and they came back home. After the game, they spoke to Anthony Edwards, and he was talking about defense. He wasn't happy about that loss. So if I'm going to fade in any one of these teams, I don't want to be on the full game. It's a big spread, but it is a cup game, so I expect the Timberwolves to come out hot. So whatever number you give me for the Timberwolves first half, I think it's going to be like smash spot, then maybe the back door towards the second half, maybe the Jazz come through. But I think early and often, I think the Timberwolves going to come out hot. Fully loaded Anthony, second game back. So kind of like them in the spot. I don't, the Jazz, it's not even biased because I was just on the Jazz. I've been on the Jazz a lot, and it hasn't been all too successful. But if Anthony wouldn't have spoke out, I would have passed on this game. But him speaking to the media after the game about, specifically defense, I kind of like the under in this game. But more important, I like the Timberwolves to come out hot and come out early and often. So Timberwolves first half.
Timberwolves first half, you can get a 6.5 expensive or cheaper 7. Let me just see if I can beat that anywhere else. But let's see, can we? No, there's 7.5s out there too. So you this is the choice: 6.5 at -119 or 7 at -107.
7 -107.
All right, Justin, moving on the Wolves first half -7 -107. Brizzy, any action for you?
Yeah, this seems like a model over spot. Utah, last game, 5-game road trip, embarrassed by Charlotte, so they bounce back versus Boston. Slow game versus Detroit, now catching Mini back from a 3-game road trip. They didn't really play that well in New York. Definitely have just not public perception, but just preconceived notion. Minnesota is double-digit favorites. It always feels like they play around with their food. NBA Cup games are going to lean towards the over as well. There just could just be points scored on the board in this one. That's kind of like what the numbers are telling me. I don't feel convicted enough to bet on this game, but damn, they're telling me I'm leaving money on the board by not betting over in this game, and I could definitely see how the over hits. Utah backdoor covers this line. I think this game goes over. If Minnesota blows them out, then this probably goes under.
Yeah, I don't find it that appealing here. It's just bad spots for both squads. Big Mastro betting the Jazz +3.5 first quarter. Last year, and I know this is a better Jazz team, but last year I would have the Jazz in a situation like this, with a 2-point move or so towards them, and it'd be tied at halftime, and they'd lose by 30. And if I'd have just taken them first half, but then I can understand the angry Wolves side that why Justin's taking the Wolves. So I'm just going to stay off this one. Justin on the Wolves first half -7. Yeah.
I would circle this game for Monday because these two teams play again on Monday in Utah. Utah doesn't have another game until their next game at home versus Minnesota. Minnesota has a game over the weekend in Sacramento. So there'll probably be a better opportunity spot for Utah on the spread on Monday. And then tonight would probably be the over spot.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. I am trying very studiously.
I would put more units on the game on Monday than the game on Friday. You would, A, see how this game goes. B, you would see how Minnesota plays Sacramento. And C, it's Utah at home, and they're probably going to be catching damn near close to double digits.
Let's roll on. Second last game on the card here, Brizzy. We'll have you hitting lead off. The Denver Nuggets are hosting the Warriors, who are beat up. Butler was at shoot-around. Steph is out, and Draymond is expected to play. But it's a pretty ugly situation here. Horford may or may not play. Green, probable. Butler expected to play. Curry and Melton out. And the Nuggets are a healthy squad here, hosting a back-to-back. They have the Pacers coming in tomorrow. What a horrible scheduling time for the Warriors. I mean, this is just so bad. They have 2 games on the road to start the month, Thursday and Saturday. Thursday the 30th, Saturday November 1st, at Milwaukee, at Indiana. Then they fly home They play one game at home, get back out on the road again, Sacramento Wednesday, and then here tonight on Friday they play Denver. Then they come home for one game, and then they're on the road for 6 more. It's really, really tough scheduling here that the Warriors are dealing with, and now no Steph. Let's take a look and set this one up for our squad. So we have a beaten up Warriors squad coming in off a 121-116 loss at Sacramento on Wednesday. And we have a Nuggets team that got me a double up in their last game Wednesday. They looked really bad in their win against Sacramento. They lost at Portland. We were on Portland in that one. It was a bad travel spot for them. And I thought that they would shut Miami down. Now they didn't. Miami went off in that first quarter, but I still got the under 116.5 on the team total. And I was fortunate to catch the -9. They won by 10. And again, first half of a back-to-back. Let's get into the line history and hand it over and see if Brizzy is moving on our first on this one. We have Denver -5.5, -110. It's crazy that this line's not moving. You would think that this would have opened up at 5.5 and moved to, that's first half. That's why. Fuck, I was like, what the hell? We have we'll go to the total. This total is at 228.5. This has dropped with the news of everybody who's going to be out. This opened up at 236. Can you believe that? This got down to 226.5. That's a 10 or 9.5 point move. Insane. Now, I get everything changes when Steph's out. Then we have the opening line here was the 5. This got down to 4 when it first came out. And then there was news that Steph was going to be out. It moved to 8, moved to 10.5. Now we're back at 10. This is probably where it should be at 10. Now, Markel says, do the Nuggets care? That's a good question. Let's also start with Kong's Clips best bet. He's on Joker triple-double at -120. He's on Joker over 12.5 rebounds at -110 for our guy Kong's Clips getting that cash. We have 59% of the tickets, 67% of cash on Golden State, which is another astonishing situation. Even at Circa, they're saying that 65% of tickets, 72% of cash is on Golden State. They're not moving this towards Golden State. Now, they were smart. They waited. They didn't put this line up till 9:34 p.m. last night when all the information was sound. This opened up at a 10. It's at a 10. Brizzy, take it away here. Warriors, Nuggets.
Yeah, shouts to BJ last night, Thursday night football game. We're kind of breaking down this game throughout the stream last night. That shows you how bad of a Thursday night football game it was to break down a game for a card for 10 o'clock the next day. But there's only one way to really look in this spot. I think it's Denver early. Denver spot, no Curry. We saw last game, Golden State stepped up. Moody had it's crazy how you can have a bad gambling day and then finish 78th out of 8,000 people in a daily fantasy contest. And one of the main reasons why my daily fantasy lineup smacked on Wednesdays because Moses Moody. I played shouts to Jim. Jim talked about Kuminga. I played Moody, Kuminga, and stacked the shit out of that game. Brought it back with Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan. And damn, was I a quarter away from all the fucking monies in daily fantasy from this game. So I got a little bit of betting bias towards this one. Denver first quarter, though, they've covered 9 of their last 10 in the first quarter, 3 out of 3. Last head-to-head versus Golden State, they covered early. Denver first points per game in the first quarter, averaging 33.8 points per game at home. Full game-wise, this went drastically up, 3.5 up to 10. Golden State 3-6 ATS first half this year. Seems a little bit too good to be true, but shit, Denver first quarter, first half. If you remember last Friday, Denver lost to Portland, a game that they were favored in. If I'm not to be mistaken, Stacks had some money on Portland or something like that. And Denver needs this win tonight. They're already 0-1 in NBA Cup standings here for West Group C, which is the Portland Trailblazers, Denver Nuggets, Houston Rockets, Golden State Warriors, and San Antonio Spurs. if the Nuggets put an ass whooping on the Warriors, that might punt them too far down below for like point differential where they wouldn't be able to climb back from like a 25-point L with still having to play the Rockets and the Spurs left. So the standings, the spot, everything kind of tells me Denver. Is just how do I want to play at first quarter. I couldn't tell you the last time I bet an NBA first quarter, but damn, the first quarter is really standing out strong. And then I like the first half as well.
Yeah, I mean, I with all the information now available, I mean, I find it hard to believe that Draymond and Butler are going to play 35 minutes and battle. It feels like Nuggets are just taking them to the woodshed here, and that 10 is fine. I just cashed on the -9 with them and a team total under. You can't take a team total under now on the Warriors just because it's dropped like 8 or 9 points from that opening line. But it's not. Maybe I'm still look at it. Let's hear from Wine Time. Take it away. Warriors, Nuggets.
Yeah, this would only be Warriors for me here, guys. I'm thinking about moving on them here as well at the -10 right now. What I can get definitely seems like they can come in here and smash these guys. I love the 3 plays that I've made so far. I don't know if I'm going to add any action. This would be it, though, would be the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to stay away from this. Looking at the market, though, I mean, 59% of bets, 67% of cash on Golden State, and it seems like the line's going to only move towards Denver. Seeing 10, seeing some 10.5s as well. I feel like this is a Denver smash spot. I'm not going to move on it quite yet.
I don't even need I don't want first quarter, first half. I just want full game. I want as much time as possible here to separate. But I can understand early, but I want the fourth quarter to come, and I want, Draymond sitting on the bench, Jimmy Butler sitting on the bench.
The only reason why I say first quarter, first half, now that I cut you off, is because this is a first half of a back-to-back. They play against Indiana tomorrow. And if they're up by like a crazy amount of points, I mean, I would imagine they're going to start resting some players late in this game.
Yeah, I think I move on them full game here. But let's hear from Justin here. Warriors, Nuggets.
I know where I'm going. He came through for me the other night. I'm going back to him. I love the spot against the Warriors where he averaged 13 rebounds. So all I need to do is get the assist. And I got better numbers than Collins at Bet Rivers. I got Jokic triple-double -103. And it's just – he just keeps cashing. I cashed like 4 or 5. He missed 2. And I cashed back-to-back. So I'm just going to keep betting him until he give me a reason not to. And then against the Warriors, didn't they just lose to the Warriors? So in overtime, like I thought we just watched this game. Like
Denver opening.
When the Warriors was home, they went to overtime and the Warriors won, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was on Jokic triple-double, and I was on his rebounds in that game. I'm back on his triple-double. I ain't gonna give out the rebounds 13+ that I bet. It was too juiced, and then when I moved on here, it was a little higher. But personally, I bet 13+ -125. But plays Jokic triple-double -103 at Bet Rivers.
Yeah, you're in business. I'm going to be on the Nuggets full game, cup game, just smash and grab. Take care of business. You're healthy. Pacers coming in tomorrow, which is a bit of a concern. But the home back-to-back, and let's roll on. Let's roll on here. Our final spot on the board here for NBA. Before we get into college football, 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the Oklahoma City Thunder 8-1, 4-1 on the road. Sacramento Kings 3-5, 2-1 at home. We're at the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. The Thunder here playing at the 22nd fastest pace in the league, 99.77 possessions a game, but they're playing efficient. They're not shooting the ball as well as Sacramento, interestingly enough. 46.8 from the field, 34 from 3. Sacramento, 11th fastest pace, 102.63 possessions a game, playing quickly and shooting the ball nice, 48.8 from the field and 37.6% from 3. Taking a look at the injury report, of course, Sabonis is questionable, and that is the key spot here. He missed Wednesday's game with the rib contusion. I don't know if he's going to be there. We have no information from the shoot-around. I don't know if Sabonis is going to be there. Obviously, an important very important piece of the puzzle when you're going up against Hartenstein and Chet. Lou Dort is questionable. Jalen out, Wiggins out, and just no information here. He missed Wednesday as well, and listed as questionable here tonight. You have, I mean, you don't want to guess, but I would think that he would be back in the lineup after the Thunder suffered their first loss of the season here. It was a great time to fade them, and that's what we did. Let's take a look at where the Kings are right now, because they are certainly playing less than the sum of their parts at this point. We have, sorry, let me move over here quickly. And here we go. We have the Kings coming off that 121-116 win at home over the Warriors. That snapped a rough road trip. Saw them get that one win in Milwaukee, but lose by margin. Now, they played the Thunder, and they almost beat them. It was 107-101. They showed a lot of heart. They went into Chicago the next night and lost by 13. And then the Thunder, will they have an answer here? They know Sacramento played them tough. They're coming off of a loss. Let's take a look at the line history and set up our last spot on the board. We have Sacramento plus 11.5 here. I think that's telling you Sabonis not in the lineup. Open up at 8.5 and now 11.5. How angry are the Oklahoma City Thunder? From a spread perspective here, we have, or sorry, from a total perspective, we have a 235. This opened up at 228. Wow. Well, this is 7 points. Wow. I mean, I'm going to have to bet the under in this one. Wow, and Fox is active for the Spurs today. Wow. Season debut for DeAndre Fox. Wow. That's interesting. Here we go. This is our last game on the board here. Wine Time Sports, Thunder Kings. Take it away.
Yeah, this is clear as day. It seems like an Oklahoma City Thunder smash spot here. Shout out to the Portland Trailblazers on Wednesday. You know, it was a clear-cut Portland Trailblazers spot on Wednesday. End up winning the game outright. Got that plus 170. It's great cash. Thunder are going to be pissed off coming off that loss here going against Sacramento. Sacramento, I mean, we talk about it. It's a very talented team until they actually put it together and play as a unit and play team basketball, which I do think at some point this team's going to be good this season. I just don't think it's going to be that time quite yet. It's OKC or pass for me. This is just a late night game. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. If I do move on it, will be I'll tweet it out later on. So make sure you're following me on X. But as of right now, I'm off it. But this is, I think, an OKC smash spot. I mean, they're 11-point favorites here coming off a loss. They're pissed off. 82% of tickets, 86% of cash, as Jim alluded to already, on the Sacramento Kings here. I mean, of course you want to back them as a double-digit dog. So you look at that starting five, and it's pretty impressive even without Sabonis. But to me, this is OKC mismatches all over the court, and they probably win this game from start to finish. I might move on this game as the day goes on. We'll see. This is a spot I have with question marks next to OKC minus 11. It's a pass as of right now.
Let's hear from you, Justin. Take it away. Thank you for going over the market. My bad for doing that. Take it away, Justin. Final spot on the board, Thunder Kings.
Yeah, you mentioned, I don't know if you wanted to be on it, but if anything, I would want to get on the under. But I really like my card. I got 7 plays that I made official, and I don't want to, like, these are all ones that I bet. I didn't add the OKC Thunder under yet, and the card that I gave, I kind of like, but I do think the Thunder, like, the Sacramento Kings just played this team. I think they lost by 6, I want to say, and then Chet got ruled out the last minute. I want to say that an OKC was home, but I do think this is a pissed off Thunder team. But then again, we say they pissed off. They might not be pissed off. Like, maybe they don't care. Like, maybe they just looking at it like business as usual. Okay, we got 1 loss. Like, all we got to do is win every game by 1 point. Like, that's all we got to do. We turn it on when we want. We turn it off when we want. So we say they mad, but I haven't heard nothing that they saying they pissed off. Like, I don't think they care. So I think it's a Thunder smash spot. My best play would be the under. And I would kind of look at Westbrook. Like, think about Westbrook. He's played on so many different teams. Like, you want to play the angle of him playing against his other team, but it seems like he's heating up right now. So, been in OKC, like, Kings. That's all they really got. But then again, if they get blown out, how well he gonna do? But I don't know. I would either be on the under or Westbrook somehow, maybe double or I don't want. He just had a triple double, so I wouldn't want Spurs triple double. But my under would be the best look. I'm just not adding it because that would be my 8th best play. I like the 7th that I got.
Ooh, Louis Pepe hit that Westbrook triple double plus 935. I love to see it. See Durs in the house as well. Brizzy, our final spot on the board. By the way, this is moved at 7 points at BOL at a very sharp offshore from Costa Rica. It's moved 9 points here. Okay, we'll get the wine time in it as well. Love to see it, you guys.
Cheers,
Love
my
to
guy.
see it. Brizzy, our final spot on the board, Thunder Kings. Take it away.
Yeah, this total's getting smashed. Usually a player out means like the total goes down, but here in this scenario, no Aaron Wiggins, no Alex Caruso. The OKC Thunder are about to deploy a lot of guards. I expect a lot of 4-guard lineups tonight. Third game in 4 nights. OKC's 18-6 towards the over in the last 2 seasons in those situations. Sacramento always gives up points regardless. There's only one way I'm looking: OKC team total over.
I think the Thunder can cover this huge number. I think
I think the Thunder could definitely smack
I think
them
they
in
win
this
this
spot.
game by
But
50.
are we sure they're mad?
No, I don't think they need to be. I don't think they need to be mad.
Oh, so they could just be cool and just blow these boys out.
I think
No,
so.
if you look at West Group A currently right now, you have the Phoenix Suns sitting in first place with a plus 22 point differential from their win over the Utah Jazz in their first group gameplay. And then the Thunder, Timberwolves, and Kings have yet to play. Thunder got some catching up to do. You know, Thunder need to win this game about 22 points, and they'll probably be tied with the Suns in first place. Like, it's not like they're just giving a spot to the West Group A because they're in the finals last year. You know, they gotta win the games to get there, and this seems like one of the games that they're gonna win to get there.
If they care. This just seemed like the Warriors of years ago when they was the Splash Brothers. Like, I feel like the Thunder know, like, at any given day, we turn this shit up and rip off like 10, 12, 14 straight. They don't care
What's
about
the
no
team, in your opinion, from the Suns, Jazz, Thunder, Timberwolves, Kings, what would be the team that the NBA would want in there? I would imagine it would be the Thunder.
I mean, they just won the chip, so I don't know.
I mean, they were just in Vegas finals last year against the
but it's kind of like it
wasn't
goes
it
back
the
to
Rockets?
what you said. I forget what team you said in the East. Maybe could be the Suns' springboard to like turn their season around. Like, yeah, they just got with me yesterday, but maybe they burned down this NBA Cup, and that turned their whole season around. Because for real, the Suns ain't really. I was scared backing them yesterday, but when the players get ruled out the day before, it don't bother me. The spot is when they get ruled out like an hour or 20 minutes before the game start and the line goes way up. That's when you back that team. But like when they tell you a day before, or like we knew Cam was out, we knew Steph was going to be out yesterday for today against the Nuggets. Those ain't the spots. But like if Steph would have got ruled out tonight, that would be the spot. I just don't think the Thunder care enough about the Cup, about anything ATS. I don't even think they care they lost against Portland the other day.
I mean, the
And
Kings, yeah.
Huh?
It's kind of just crazy that the Kings are a double-digit dog at home. Like, I
That's
don't know.
wild.
That's just like that right there. I think just tells a story there. I feel like, I don't know. That's crazy. Like, as good as the Sacramento Kings roster is, I think they kind of know Sabonis isn't going to play in this one, but so I don't think the Lions going to probably move much when he does get ruled out. But at the same time, this is crazy. Like, it's got to be the Thunder. They got to go out there and just smash these guys and probably make it look easy doing it too.
And that makes me like the under even more. Blowout.
Yeah, I'm close to the Thunder. I don't know if I'm going to pull the trigger quite yet. I'm going to let it marinate a little bit more. This game's not for another 7 hours, but we'll see. But it's definitely Thunder or nothing.
Yeah, I like the spot here.
You moving on it?
I am going to move on at full game. The question is, do I double down on the unders? This is only the second time we've done a show this year where totals moved 7+ points. And, I also, I have a bias here just because I've cashed in both these situations. I cashed with the Celtics -12.5 very easily. So I'm not too concerned about that big number. And I don't know the Thunder. I'm with you. I don't think the Thunder are angry.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I'm with you, but I don't know if they have to be in the NBA Cup game coming off of a loss. I'm sure they don't care that much, but you see Westbrook over there, and I think you get pumped up. I think you try. I think you try, and there was a lot of people talking about, Shea did not look good in that loss either. So Shea could, and NBA Cup, I think I move on all three. I've just got to decide whether I'm going to double up on the under.
When they're going to take their foot off the gas? Up 21 in the third quarter, or up 17 in the fourth quarter?
Definitely, you're in danger. You're in danger. Hopefully, the Cup needing the points will keep it all right.
But for a team that's already been having a lot of injuries, it's like go up 21 in the third quarter, be like, yo, come on.
Yeah, I hear that. But yeah, I hope the Cup will play a role in it too. But another part of it here is the Kings are getting bet heavy. That was the same thing in that Celtics spot.
And who's betting the Kings? Like
double digit, with the Thunder on the road.
Yeah, but Thunder off a loss?
Yeah.
But the Kings, like, if the Thunder would have won the last game and the spread was like that, I'd be like, okay, I can see it. But Thunder off a loss? Like you said, they don't got to be mad to throttle these boys. I just don't want to be on it because I like my 7 plays, and I really don't want to give up double digits to a team. They just beat this team. And matter of fact, when they was home, the spread was real close to this. It was on the Low Shack show. And I gave out the Thunder and the under. And I cashed the under and didn't cash the Thunder because they was losing the whole game until like the fourth quarter.
Well, let's do a review of action here. Go around the horn before we get into college football. Wine Time Sports, review your action, my man.
Hawks -2, -115. Money line -130. Memphis Grizzlies -4, -110. 3 plays for me tonight, guys.
Justin McKelvey, star of the Stacks play of the day. Please review your action.
Jaylen Brown, over 25.5 points, -113. Norman Powell, over 23.5 points, +105. Miami Heat, -6. I need the mods. That's the only thing I don't have.
-107.
-107. I'll write that down now.
Yeah. So Powell over 23.5 +105.
And the Heat -6, -107.
Yeah. Initially I told you -108, but I did find the -107.
Oh, okay. Bucks over 239, -108. Giannis 35+ points, +140. Timberwolves first half -7, -107. And Jokic triple-double -103.
You are in business. And Billy, you will be figuring out exactly what you're moving on here in the next little while and putting it out on X?
Yes, sir. Probably do it for the 5:30 injury news report.
Okay, cool. I'll make sure that I retweet it there as well. I'm going to be on the Hawks, the Grizzlies, the Bucks, the Nuggets, and the Thunder. And I'm also going to go up against this move towards the over in Thunder Sacramento. That is my plan of attack here. Thank you guys for rocking with us in NBA. Shout out to you guys. We're going to have Wine Time rocking with me for college football. And then we have the Goracle for college football and the CFL. Then we're going to put a bow on the weekend. That's been a very successful week. And we need more. We need more right now. Justin, thank you for your time, my man, and your angles. And you're having a great season so far. Keep up the great work, man. It's very important for us to succeed. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Justin, my man, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Thanks for having me. Let's have a weekend.
Let's have a weekend. Please support our guy, Justin. Here, let me get this. His X handle. Hit this link if you don't already follow him. Brizzy, my man, tell us a little bit about the big fight card tomorrow evening where you will be one of the stars of our live stream.
Yeah, big card tomorrow. UFC Vegas 111 here, back in the Apex before we hit the road for another pay-per-view. Make sure you guys tune in here for Pub Sports Radio if you guys haven't already. Locker Room Talk podcast sheet comes out Friday evening. It has all of our best bet of the card on the sheet. So it's been pretty profitable. If you want to see the results of how the weeks have gone, you can go to pubsportsradio.com and kind of check out the results throughout the whole entire year or whole entire month, wherever the fuck you want to look at. Whatever your little nosy brain wants to look at, you can go over there and look at the records. As for me, you can find me over at Getting Bills over on X, Billy Briz, DFS over on IG. A lot of stuff popping off. College basketball is back. NBA is in action. ADP Turin this weekend. Ben Shelton, first ADP finals appearance. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited for this weekend's action. But you got to follow me over on X to get all the goodies in the bag.
There he is, our guy Billy Brisbane in the house. Wine time, we have 3 games here on Friday night and 1 best bet for you on Saturday. And we are going to be joined for these breakdowns by the Goracle in the house. A man known for
Can I give an intro for him, Jim?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go. Let's bring on our next guest here by way of Macedonia, now making his home in Toronto, Canada. He really likes it up there. Our guy, the Goracle. What up, Gorki? Good to see you.
You know what the best part and the only part I like about being here is? Being in the same motherfucking time zone as you savages.
It does help. It does help. We have an advantage over Wine Time being in the Eastern time zone.
I can't hear you guys, dog.
You can't hear us? Okay, you might want to refresh. Pull out and refresh. Or make sure you, do that. Why don't you pull out?
Hold on.
Okay.
I can't hear you guys.
Okay, so I'll pull you here. Come back and we'll get that figured out, my man. Okay, let's roll here now. The Goracle does have a parlay here where this is included, but let's roll. Ron Crawford already telling us NCAA football, Houston Cougars for him. We're at FBC Mortgage Stadium in Orlando, Florida. By the way, I'm not counting, but 5-0 on Saturday, 3-0 on Wednesday, 3-0 on Thursday.
Woo!
Let's not get too caught up in it, but I was going to give in. Saturday was going to be my last day because it'd been a tough year. And I love that about what we do and love that about capping is that you fight the good fight and you do get rewarded. And so we're running in the right direction here. Let's talk about the spot here. These Houston Cougars coming off that 45-35 home loss to West Virginia cost them their 3-game winning streak. It was not pretty. Let's see if Goracle, can you hear us? You good?
Yes, sir. I muted myself like an idiot.
No worries. Let's roll here. 45-35 loss was embarrassing. 12.5-point favorites. You have to think they're an angry group. They turned the ball over 4 times where West Virginia didn't turn the ball over at all. It just couldn't have got any uglier. This was a very embarrassing loss for the program here, snapping their winning streak. For UCF, they're also coming off a loss. Now, they played West Virginia at home and destroyed them 45-13, had their bye week. And what did they do off the bye week? They scored 3 points against Baylor's defense. 3 points. It was atrocious. 225 yards of offense, only 13 first downs. It was very, very ugly. So, both teams coming off losses that were difficult to absorb. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then hand it over to our guy here. We have a money line parlay here from the Goracle.
Yep.
And we have we're not sure what we have here from Wine Time. So let's get over to Wine Time. Let me just set this one up here from a line history standpoint. Let's get this popped up. It's taking a second here and make sure I've got this going. Okay, I've got the cash.
I'll be right back, Jim.
Okay, my man. We have Houston -1. Houston -1 right now. They opened up -1 at -110. They opened up +1 and -110. They got to -1 really quickly on Sunday, but then went back. Then they got up to -1.5 for a while. It's very tiny bits of movement, very lukewarm market here for Houston. But Ron Crawford is on Houston. This total here is a 47.5. Opened up -10. Sorry, as a pick 'em, and now it's -115 to the over. So 5 cents moved to the over. So we're talking about a game that's barely moved. Spread and total have barely moved. The spread is barely moved despite 69% of the tickets and 81% of the cash on Houston. The total has barely moved despite 69% of the tickets and 93% cash on the over. What an interesting spot. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, I love this spot here, guys. UCF, when I remember looking up this team in the beginning of the season, I was just like, what could go wrong here with Scott Frost, Alex Grinch, two coaches that I haven't really respected over the years, that have at least, gone out there and not put it together with the talent that they usually have around them. Somehow Scott Frost was able to get this UCF job. And 4-4 right now. What is they 4-4 right now, I believe. But this team, guys, we know they're a completely different 4-4 right now. They have lost their last 4 out of the last 5 games, but we know where UCF plays their best football, and that's at home in Orlando, Florida at Mortgage Stadium. It's only 44,000 people at this stadium, but there's just something about this stadium that really just booms. There's a reason why it's called the Bounce House for a reason, and they play really well every time they're in Orlando. It seems like the fans are going to be out for this one, rocking and rolling. Houston coming into town. A lot of people had Houston in the college football playoff brackets going into last week against West Virginia. People were pretty much saying that Houston was going to win out and they were going to be in the Big 12 title and control their own destiny and get into the college football playoff. Shout out to Willie Fritz, guys. I said it to Boss and Ragu over the weekend, and they agreed with me. 3 of the people that can completely change and shift a culture in college football right now, Kurt Signetti, Willie Fritz, and Rhett Lashley right now. 3 guys that can completely go to programs and start over from scratch and pretty much make your team a contender within 2 years. Not a lot of other coaches are doing that right now. The fact that he's doing that at Houston, Willie Fritz, coming over from Tulane, built these programs from the ground up. He's been doing that all season long. UCF here, guys. Come on. Who's going to really back UCF here? Houston coming into town. Looking at the market right now, 69% of tickets, 81% of cash on Houston, as they should. They're the better team here, guys. I'm not going to come on here and tell you UCF's a better team, and I'm not going to tell you that Scott Frost is a better coach than Willie Fritz, because I don't believe that by any means. I think playing in Central Florida at Orlando, this place just hits different, and all the students are going to be probably got classes canceled. They're probably already all down there tailgating right now, getting wild down there in Central Florida, drinking before the game. These fans are going to go in there, and they're going to be going nuts during this entire game. It's a primetime game Friday night with a team that was potentially competing, still is. If Houston wins out, they can see their way in the Big 12 title at some point, which is crazy because I didn't think they're going to have this much of a turnaround. Don't get me wrong, guys. I think Connor Wigman, I think he's done a tremendous job with this Houston team. I like Dean Connors. I like the guys that they went out and grabbed in the transfer portal. It's just something about the Bounce House and something about this market that just doesn't really add up to me. UCF plays their best football at home. They get destroyed on the road. They're coming out scoring 3 points against a bad defense on the road in Baylor. Give me UCF here all day long, guys. I'm going to make this a 2-unit play because I gave out the +1.5, -110 on Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the money line right now at -105. Double up spot here. UCF is not only going to cover the 1-point spread, they're going to win this game outright. Houston, it's been a hell of a season for them. Shout out to them for being this good at this point in the season, but I think UCF is going to have a game where they really show up and the fans are going to be there. Love this spot. Give me UCF.
Yeah, it's the market is certainly indicating that they're opening up their arms to Houston money. Right now, 71% of tickets on the money line is on Houston. 57% of the cash. So the bigger bets are coming in on UCF. And then on the spread here, depending on where you look, we just looked here at the odds logic board. They've got 69 and 81%. And then if you go to Circa's been handling Houston money the whole entire time. There's never been a spot where there's UCF money coming in, and they're not doing anything about it. Let's hear from you, Gorki. You are on the other side of this one. Take it away.
I am on the other side. This is gonna be a game where Houston comes out and honors their coach that they lost like a week and a half ago. They were supposed to do that against West Virginia, but they died along with the poor guy who's actually dead, and didn't honor him. So this is the spot to do it. I mean, really, the Big 12 title game is going to be battled out between the two Utah teams, BYU and the University of Utah. And so neither one of these teams really have a shot for that. But we are where we are, and this is a Houston spot all day for me. I've parlayed this with the next game we're probably going to talk about.
Wow. I think I'm going to have to put the streak on the line here. I don't know. I just nobody in their right mind is going to want UCF.
No one.
They're 1-4 in the Big 12. They just scored 3 points against a bad Baylor defense.
I'll bet you what Jim does, right? You want UCF, brother?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. One man's trash is another man's treasure.
No, I'm not. I am not in any way saying they are trash. No team is trash in college football, or should I say no team is good enough to overlook another. But I just think, how does Houston not consolidate themselves here? They still have everything to play for, but if you saddle yourself with another loss, your season is done.
No, I don't see. This is one of those spots where I have to trust that the books know what they're doing, and
okay,
that's all. I mean, Houston should be what, -4.5?
Yeah,
probably. Yeah,
and so I am one of the Cavaliers who doesn't believe, the books are idiots. So but I can understand. Yes, Houston is the better football team, but here we are in the bounce house. Kyle Fields right with you. He's also looking at the over. Mr. Sparkle says over seems like the play. Sports scientist Jacob is on that over.
Oh, the over. Just take it and have fun. Have your whiskey, whatever you like, cigars. Here it is, cigar, whatever you like. Roll it up. Enjoy your night. The over is the play. It is, absolutely. But I think the Cougars score one more point than the UCF Knights and bounce back.
Yeah, it's this is a fun Friday night banger to get the day started. Let's roll on.
Hold on, Jim.
Yeah.
The total is only 47?
Yes, and everybody's on the over, and it's not moving.
Jim, this total could hit by halftime, brother.
Yeah, I just again, call me naive, but if this was such a smash and grab and 80-90% of the tickets and cash on it and the line's not moving, I don't really want anything to do with it.
The books know something. You're probably right.
I'm just it's not that I'm not sitting here saying, well, I'm going to bet the under. I trust the books that much.
I understand.
It's just why is this not moving? Kyle Fields says it should be closer to 49.5. Gooey says I truly think Houston busts them up, and he's going to bet it again before kickoff. This is wild. Kong says Houston's defense is better than that. Just because they had an off game last week, Houston could hold UCF to 10 points, and wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Cougars only have one loss, right, Jim?
Sorry.
The Cougars only have one loss?
They're 4-2 in the Big 12.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, they are basically out of Big 12, finals contention, let's say. But
it could happen, yeah.
Okay, in my calculations. But they still are not, obviously. Let's go on.
Let's roll on. Next spot on the board here, we head to the home of our very own Wine Time Sports, Los Angeles, California. Old Memorial Coliseum. Beautiful weather, 71 Fahrenheit, clear, 1 mile per hour wins here. USC needing to make a statement. They're 4-1 in the Big Ten, 6-2 on the season. They are Northwestern coming in off their bye week, which we assume will help them. Their winning streak snapped at Nebraska. What did Nebraska do after that? They, played USC tough. This was a 21-17 Trojan victory at Nebraska. USC were 4.5-point favorites, opened up as 6.5-point favorites, closed at 4.5. And it was a low-scoring, tough game, and USC got the win. That was on the heels of the 10-point loss at Notre Dame. That was USC off of the bye. USC off the bye facing Nebraska. Now Northwestern off the bye facing USC. Let's take a look at this line history here for this one. I will. Thank you.
I got you, Tim. You're good. Okay.
Oh, shoot. That's not the right one. And that's not either.
That's not.
Okay. Here we're in business. We have the total here at 52. It's another total that's not moving. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It's back where it started. Open up at 52, drop down to 50.5, and it's climbed back up to 52. And then on the point spread here, we have USC minus 14. Opened up minus 15 and came down to 14. Now, I have on back-to-back nights smash and grabbed the favorite at 14. It was Toledo on Wednesday, first half full game. And then last night it was USF, first half and full game. And they were different situations. Toledo was closing at 14.5, and it was just perfect. They'd lost to Washington State. They're coming off the bye. They were angry. That was perfect. USF, it took me a long time to press the button. It took me a very long time to press the button. The public was on USF. I had to say this line's not moving because of what everybody saw UTSA do at home. I had to keep saying that to myself over and over and over again. Just trust it. And thank God that I did. Here in the cash flow, we have 80% of tickets, 79% of cash on USC. And we got a 13.5 at FanDuel and BetMGM. We still have a 14.5 at a couple spots at Hard Rock and ESPN Bet. If we look at Circa right now, they have 80% of tickets, 79% of cash on USC, and they've moved this a point towards Northwestern. When we look at a different book like the Action Network, they have 56% of tickets and 66% of the cash on Northwestern, and the line moving towards them. On the total here, it's going to take a second here. We have 65% of tickets, 91% cash on the over, and it's not moving. Here we go, Wine Time. I know you're bullish about this spot. Take it away.
Yeah, I love the Northwestern Wildcats here in this spot. Heading on the road, but also USC was just on the road, guys, here this last weekend coming up. Went to Nebraska, somehow came out of there with a victory. Shout out to USC. They're playing some good football right now, guys. They're heading back home down to Los Angeles against a team that was supposed to be a bottom feeder in the Big Ten. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Gorki. This was supposed to be a bottom feeder, and this team has been very impressive. It starts with David Braun, the head coach. This guy has pretty much turned this program around from a bottom feeder to now a mid team in the Big Ten, which is very impressive. There's a lot of things I liked about them. What they did this last offseason was grabbing Preston Stone, 6th year, 25-year-old out of SMU. The guy's been in college. Since I was going to college, it seems like at this point, guy he's not going to make the wowie throws. He's not going to throw the ball vertically down the field.
He's damn near older than you, probably.
Yeah, no, literally. Got a couple good degrees. I should mention too. This kid, you got to be smart to come to Northwestern. He does pretty much what they ask him to, and that's all he really needs to do. If he doesn't turn the ball over in this game more than one time, I think he will turn it over at some point, but I think one time is acceptable as long as it's not early on in this game. But they're pretty much going to let him throw screen passes and get the ball to his playmakers in open space. That's what their offense is, and they're a run-first offense. There's other 7th-year guy, Cam Porter, went out early in the year. I'm pretty sure he's going to be back next year for his 8th year of college eligibility since he got hurt so early in the season. So he will probably be back next year, which is another crazy thing. But Caleb Komolafe, the redshirt sophomore, has been doing a really good job in the backfield along with Jonathan Hyman. They got a couple good receivers. I like the guy Griffin Wild. Got Got to get the ball to him in open space. Guys like Drew Wagner, Hayden Elysion. These guys are good athletes, and you got to let them work in open space. I think that's your best chance here against USC, because the thing is, USC is going to have some hiccups. This is a team, I'm not saying they're taking this team lightly, but at the same time, they've got a big game coming up against Iowa, coming up at home, coming up after this weekend. So I think that's kind of a little bit of a look ahead spot. And again, that might be a spot where we can hedge out on Iowa, but we'll see what happens by then. But at this point right now, I think this line is telling us something, and people are coming in and hammering USC as they have been pretty much all week. 80% of tickets, 79% of cash. That's where we're sitting right here with a USC team that, I get it, they're the more talented team. You look at their playmakers on offense, it's not even close who has the better playmakers. Got guys like Mekhi Lemon. This guy's going to be getting drafted in the first round of this year's NFL draft. Guys like Jacoby Lane, who probably will get drafted in the first or second round as well. He's just got to catch the ball, man. I mean, his route running is polished, and it's just he's been dropping too many passes this year. Wayman Jordan, not expected to go in this again. He was the running back that they got from the JUCO level and who was tearing it up. But King Miller's doing a good job. You got Brian Jackson. It's a very talented team. I just think that these Northwestern Wildcats are going to come in here to California on a Friday night and probably shock some people here, guys. I don't know if this is going to be a sold-out crowd. I don't assume so, because it is a Friday night. People are going to be getting off work. It starts at 6 p.m. over here. So by the time people get off work and stuff, and LA traffic, all that, I don't know how packed this place will be like it was for the Michigan game. Hopefully it's sold out for their sake, but I don't think it is. And I think if Jaden Mayava has a couple hiccups along the way, Northwestern can capitalize and probably get the ball in the end zone once or twice, but probably kick a lot of field goals in this and cover this game. I don't know if they win this game. Definitely sprinkling that money line, but I got it at the plus 14.5, minus 110. I got 2 units on it. Doubled up last night. I had to pay 115 last night, but it's going to count as 1 unit on here because it's the same bet. Plus 14.5, minus 110 is what I tweeted out on Tuesday. Like I said, double bet it yesterday. Really like Northwestern here on the road. USC has a big look ahead spot. USC probably
on the money line.
I sprinkled, but it's not even a fifth of a unit. I think it's like it's $50. So it's still a nice little sprinkle though if they get this win. I don't know. We'll see here if they can. I just think it's going to be a competitive game. They played everyone tough this year. Oregon, give or take, they scored their points in the fourth quarter when Oregon was kind of in prevent defense. That game score probably didn't indicate how much of a blowout it was, but Northwestern, they're well coached. They're going to go into this as the blue-collar team going into Los Angeles and try to sneak out a win here because, let's just say if Northwestern wins out, they're going to the Big Ten title, which is crazy to think. So not saying they are, but I'm just saying that's still in the back of their minds here. David Braun's going to be able to outcoach Lincoln Riley a little bit here.
I'm interested. I'm very interested here. 14.5, minus 110 for our guy, Wine Time. Take it away, Gorki.
Northwestern would be a great look, and I would love to see it because everybody every year expects these California teams to be great. USC hasn't been a good football school for the last half a decade at least, if not more. So let's move into the 2025s and be real. This is a coin flip type of game.
Now, the USC hasn't played any close games at home. Does that concern you at all, Wine Time? I mean, we haven't seen them get threatened.
It does, but I forgot to mention too, coming off that, I guess you say Midwest, the Midwest travel to Nebraska and like getting a much needed win on the road in Big Ten play when they actually have to travel a little bit across country. I just think like their body clock's got to still be off a little bit. I mean, they flew back, I'm guessing Sunday, didn't practice Sunday, came back Monday. Bodies probably didn't get adjusted till Monday. This is a Friday night game. And JPZ, like you said, good luck getting to the Coliseum at 6 p.m. on a Friday. Guys, if you're not there right now partying, you are not going to be at that ball game. So I don't think this is going to be a hostile environment by any means because it's just going to be tough to get there, guys. If you know LA traffic on a Friday night, it's going to be fucking nuts down there. So I don't know. USC is definitely a better team at home, but I think kind of coming off that impressive, I wouldn't say super impressive because I don't think Nebraska is that good of a team, but you still had to travel to the Midwest, play a blue-collar program like Nebraska in a hostile environment, in a blackout game too. I mean, that game meant everything to Nebraska. So I don't know. I just think Northwestern, they're still getting a little bit undervalued here because of their school, and not a lot of people are high on them. And I'm confused why the public isn't. Like, they're seeing USC as a double-digit favorite. It is Northwestern. They don't realize how good they are.
And remember, guys, these Northwestern Wildcats have some really, really, really smart players. This is the Ivy League school of the Big Ten right here. Let's not kid ourselves.
Them in UCLA, yeah. But
let's roll on, fellas. Our final game.
All right, I'll give you that one.
Our final game on the Friday night card, 9 p.m. Eastern. We have the Tulane Green Wave, 6-2, 3-1 in the American. Still smarting off of that horrific loss at UTSA, 48-26. Just a ugly L that Tulane took, their first loss in the American. At the Memphis Tigers, 8-1, 4-1 in the American. We're at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis, Tennessee. 64 Fahrenheit, clear, 5-mile-per-hour winds. We thought, and this was the low, it was Halloween. Halloween was my low point in the season. Thought it would be a sleepy spot for Memphis at Rice, and they just completely dominated, took care of business, 38-14. Yeah. We're in complete control from the get-go, up 31-7 at halftime, then just took their foot off the gas as 13.5 or 14. It did close at 13.5. It got me right in the drink hole. They had just beaten USF at home. We'd watched them, play terrible at UAB, so we know that they're susceptible at times. Well, they certainly weren't here. They took care of business. Now, Tulane is an angry group. There's no doubt about that. Let's take a look at this line history here. It's been a big move towards Tulane, a huge move towards Tulane, from plus 6.5 down to plus 3.5. And I know there's question marks here at quarterback, which I imagine our fellas are going to hammer. 6.5 down to 3.5. So a big move towards Tulane. And then on the total here for this one, we have a 54. So opened up at 55. It's dropped just 1 point to 54. So no concerns about points still being scored. Wager Detective says game of the night here. Gooey says Memphis -1/2 straight. And the second ticket, Memphis first half, Memphis -3.5 parlayed. Boogie Maine says Memphis all day. My favorite bet of the weekend. Well, this is a pretty big move against them. We have 56% of tickets and 76% of the cash on Memphis. We have Circa. Let's see what they're dealing with. Circa has 59 and 60 on Memphis. They too have moved it from 6.5 to 3.5. Total wise, we have 72% of tickets on the over, just 46% of the cash on that over. We've watched it drop a point. If we take a look at a different book, different site, says 56% of tickets on the over, 58% of cash on the over. And then on the spread, 55% of the tickets and 84% of the cash on Memphis. Let's hear from the Goracle, as this is the second half of your money line parlay. Gorky, take it away.
Bro, the Tulane Green Wave are bad because Jake Retzlaff looks to be absolutely done for the year, and I don't even know if he's going to play. He may not even be the best option for this team right now. He just looked out of it against UTSA, and I don't know how anybody backs this team in this spot. Memphis has everything to play for because they're going to be, if they win out, they're going to be the group of 5 team that makes the playoffs. So they absolutely have everything to play for, and USF is going to be right on their heels, so they better make up some points and stuff like that. Like, they can't stop attacking. Just play to score. Play against yourselves. Don't even play the opposition.
Yeah, I hear you, Gorky. This is the thing, though. I didn't even realize until I was watching Ramon this morning, and he was saying how it's a rule that one G5 team can actually – they have to make the college football playoff.
Yes.
That's why. See, I didn't actually know that rule. I thought what you guys heard me at the beginning of the year. I said whoever's winning the American is going to be the group of 5 that's going to make the college football playoff. My mind changed quickly after Tulane took a couple losses. Memphis has taken a loss. At this point, it's wide open. Tulane wins out. Gorki, they're right there in the title game, and they win that title game, and they're in the college football playoff. So it can go both ways here. And both of these coaches, guys, can't say enough good things about these guys. They're getting mentioned for the Florida LSU job. All the jobs, all the Power 4 programs. They still got to play out this rest of the season, and this is the biggest game of the year right here, guys. This is a big game. Tulane coming off. We were on UTSA last week. They absolutely smashed Tulane. It was just a clear-cut UTSA spot, in my opinion. And this is a clear-cut Tulane spot because I want to hear the news. I haven't moved on this game yet because I want to hear the news that the quarterback, Brendan Lewis, will be playing because this line will get back to a 4.5. And that's where I want to move on it. I want an injured quarterback playing in there rather than this backup at a 3.5. And that's what we're going to get if Brendan Lewis doesn't play. Line moved for a reason. It does look like a lot of big bets are coming in right now on this Memphis team. 56% of bets, 76% of money. That's the case today. So some people are coming in and hammering Memphis, I'm assuming because they think Brendan Lewis is going to play, and he is going to play. And you know what? I like it even more because we're going to get a better number with the starting quarterback. I think Tulane's going to have a lot to play for here today, coming off a very bad loss, a game where they weren't even in the game the entire time. They were embarrassed. This head coach Summerall is going to have his guys ready to rock and roll here. This is the biggest game of the night here, guys, and I'm going to be on Tulane. I'm just waiting for Brendan Lewis to get ruled in, and as soon as he gets ruled in, I will take the 4.5 or 5, and I will roll with it because I trust Tulane here in this spot. Who's better between these two teams? It's arguable. Both these rosters are pretty good, and both these coaches are pretty damn good. So I think I'm going to get the points on the road with Tulane. I don't know. I want Brendan Lewis ruled in. And to a lot of people that are probably like, why do you want the starting quarterback ruled in? Because I'll get a better number and he's injured. And it's just, this line should be a 6.5. Memphis Tigers should have been a 6.5. It moved down for a reason. I think it's because of the quarterback news, but I think if he gets ruled in, it's going to move up just a little bit, not back up. Never going to see the 5.5 or 6.5, but we'll see a 4.5, maybe a 5. All I need is the 4.5 here with Tulane, and that's what I'll take. I'll sprinkle the money line, but as of right now, it's a pass. Follow me on X. I'll text Jim as well. Right when I hear Lewis playing, Wager Detective. I have not gotten that news. Let me just make sure, though, because I just looked it up. Brendan.
Yeah, Lewis is playing.
Okay.
Or going to try to play.
Where'd you see that at, Jim?
Maybe it says he's iffy.
Yeah, that was the case. Let me just see if I can pull it.
Yeah. If he does play, so right now what we're sitting right here, let me look at the current.
And I'm seeing it at the score.
Let me see.
Trust that with your own pair.
And so he's playing, and this line's not moving towards.
I think the information is just coming out, though.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised this is still on the board at my books, because if he does play, this is going to move. And if it doesn't move, that's even more suspicious, because what moved this line down to Tulane? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was trying to figure out this week. I was like, I didn't realize that Brendan Lewis was maybe not going to play up until maybe.
Because Tulane would be the only team with a really proven quarterback, let's say, right?
Yeah, and Retzlaff is playing today, Gorki. Just wanted.
He is. I know. Yeah. I know.
Boogie Main says Memphis Sports Radio said he's in.
If he's in, then I'm in on the Tulane Green Wave. I'm just gonna wait until I get a better number, because we're not going to see 3.5s. And if we do see 3.5s, then I will take. I might buy up to the 4 and live with the 4 at -120.
Well, I think you just need to be patient.
Yeah, I'm
wait
gonna
till
wait.
It's confirmed. You wait till 8:30.
What time is this game,
your time? This is at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. your time.
Got it.
All right, and Kyle Field says the gamble is the percentage of recovery he's actually at. What did you get, Gorki, for the Houston-Memphis parlay?
I got a 165, Jim.
All right, you are in business there. We have wine time on UCF plus 1.5 and the money line. Gorki on the Houston-Memphis money line parlay. Wine time on Northwestern plus 14.5. UCF and Northwestern I find very appealing, and then I understand the buy low spot on Tulane, but want to see what happens with this line once Lewis is in. let's talk about the final spot here for best bets for Wine Time Sports, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Gorki, I probably should have sent you this game. I know you can talk about these two teams without having that knowledge.
I have already. It's fine. I know what I would say.
Kansas Jayhawks 5-4, 3-3 in the Big 12. Wildcats 5-3, 2-3 in the Big 12. We're at Arizona Stadium in Tucson. It's beautiful tomorrow. 82 Fahrenheit, sunny, 3-mile-per-hour winds. We have Kansas coming off a 38-21 victory at home over Oklahoma State, snapping their 2-game losing streak, and Arizona going into Folsom and destroying Colorado 52-17 to snap their 2-game losing streak. They also faced Oklahoma State at home and beat them 41-13. That was back on October 4th. So both teams coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak. Arizona coming home, though. Last time they were home, we watched them lose to BYU in overtime. They haven't had a home game since October 11th. And that's the same time that it was last seen Kansas on the road, losing 42-17 at Texas Tech on October 11th. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one and fire away. First, we'll hear Wine Time's best bet addition to his card. He already gave us a bunch of best bets on Wednesday. This is the addition. We have this total at 58, opened up at 55, has climbed all the way up to 58, a 3-point move towards the over. And then on the spread here, we have this sitting right now at 4.5. This line's been moving towards the Jayhawks. Opened up at 6.5, lasted there for 2 hours before it turned to hit a 6. Then it went to a 5.5, and then a 4.5. So this has been a 4.5 since Monday. 4.5 since Monday morning at 10:09, and it's just stayed there. So it's a pretty legit move. I mean, if we look at last night, would I have been on Georgia Southern if it didn't close at 5? No, and it took me a long time to push the button on Georgia Southern. Here we have a 6.5 through the 5 down to a 4.5. We take a look at the cash flow here. It's going to take me a second to come up. So why don't we just hear the breakdown so I'm not searching for it. I can give you the cash flow here on Action because that's very easy for me to find. That has 54% of the tickets and 45% of the cash on the Jayhawks. On the total side of things, we have 48% tickets and 52% cash on the over. I'll get odds logics up here.
I got it right here, Jim.
Okay,
right
perfect.
now we're currently sitting 72% of tickets and 63% of the cash on the Arizona Wildcats. That's going to give you 28% of bets and 37% of money on the Kansas Jayhawks. You guys have heard me talk about this Kansas team a lot this year. A lot of up and downs along the way. I was clearly wrong about this team, but at the same time, I think they still have a lot more to play for. I think Jalen Daniels still has a lot more left in the tank. Hopefully to win out and get to 8 wins. Hopefully set himself up for, maybe an NFL combine. We'll see. But at the same time, I don't know. But this just tells me, I don't know, Arizona coming off a very impressive win. I wouldn't even say it's impressive because it was against a bad Colorado team that's completely fallen into the dirt. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get up right now, dig themselves out of that hole. I think Dion's done after this year. If they continue to lose out, I just doesn't seem like there's a lot of heart in that team. With that being said, Kansas, this team coming off finally able to feel themselves a little bit, got Oklahoma State Cowboys at home in Lawrence, took care of business there, was able to score a lot in that second half. They've got 2 really good running backs in the backfield. Slow this game down a little bit, do something that Colorado couldn't do. Colorado offense just couldn't stay on the field, so their defense was getting gassed. And Noah Fafita was making some big boy deep balls down the field, man. Watch out for Noah Fafita, man. If he goes to an NFL combine and he's making some of these throws, I get it, his size. I don't see how he plays in the NFL, but this kid's such a gamer and he's got such a big arm for his size. It's really crazy to see. But he was making some big-time throws against that Colorado secondary. I think that's going to be a little bit limited. I like Kansas's secondary, although they lack some skill players and they have gotten some injuries along the way. To me, this is a Kansas spot where a lot of people are really buying higher on Arizona and Kansas is a buy low spot because they're kind of heading in the wrong direction. They're 5-4. They had a lot better expectations this season than that record. I think Kansas probably wins this game outright on the road in Arizona. It's not going to be a hostile environment. We know that this Tempe's the hostile environment when it comes to Arizona football. Shout out to Arizona Wildcat football fans, but you guys got to get yourselves in that game. If so, they would have that advantage, but I don't think it's going to be a big home field advantage. Give me Kansas. I got the +5, -110. I think they cover the spread. I think they win this game outright. Watch out. Follow me on Twitter. I might move on the money line.
I mean, look at all the money that's coming in on Arizona. I mean, this is just like this is Troy's wheelhouse here. At one point, when they moved it down to 4.5, they had 94%. This is at Circa. 94% of tickets and 91% of cash on Arizona. I mean, it's I mean, if you trust your X's and O's more than a book doing that, and you know track your action and you're succeeding, then God bless you. But that's such a blatant move by the books. It's hard not to, despite also you have. I kind of like fading a team after they beat up a team that gave up.
Good, yeah, they gave up 2 weeks ago, and that's on me for backing Colorado these last couple weeks. I'm definitely fading them this week, and we'll see. I don't like where that market's gone either. So
Colorado might give up 50 in the first half tomorrow, and that's not. Not to a very good team either. Like,
and it's so tough to travel into Morgantown and to
that team in Morgantown is not very good.
No, yeah.
Well, Goracle, touch on Jayhawks Wildcats here, Arizona Stadium, before we get into the Canadian Football League.
For me, it would be Arizona or nothing, Jim. I'm obviously not moving on this game, but I think, and I told Peter this on Tuesday, like when we talked about this game, you guys can go back and watch that. I told Peter, I think that the Jayhawks and their quarterback Daniels have checked out here, and they absolutely, I don't think, walk in there and get this dub, and probably don't even cover because they can't sustain drives. I need a quarterback that I can trust in the pocket. First of all, you can be an athlete, right? But that can't be your first and only skill. I need a quarterback that can throw, and that's Noah Fafita here. Like, yeah, he's tiny, but whatever. He doesn't get himself in too many trouble spots.
I mean, yeah, he can throw. He throws a good ball, definitely.
And have we not seen the NFL? Like, there are midgets at quarterback. Look at Tua.
I mean, yeah, look at him now, right now. I get it, but Tua's not a mid. Tua's over 6 feet. Fafita's 5'10". So, I mean, Russell Wilson, maybe comparison right there, but like, I don't know. I mean, I would like to see Fafita do well. I like that he's a local kid, Servite kid. I mean, he pretty much got Tet. He didn't get Tet drafted in the first round, but he threw to him nonstop. Tet's a phenomenal receiver. So
look at Kyler Murray, how many shots he's gotten. Like, he's still in the NFL. Like, he should be off playing shortstop for Oakland in
center field, Gorky.
Major League Baseball. Like,
there's some talk of that actually happening.
What? Really? That'd be
talk. I mean,
cool.
9th overall pick.
Yeah, he was center field though. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. There's some rumors that could be in play.
Well, he is only like 27, so
it's the right time to come over because he'd be able to play in the show by the time they get to Vegas. Right,
Yeah.
Well, he'd need probably 1,000 at bats in the Miami.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So Kansas +5 at -110 for Wine Time Sports. Martez Denny saying so the pick is Kansas money line. No, it's Kansas +5 at this point. We'll see if the trigger is pulled on the money line, but at this point it's the points by Kansas.
I'll definitely have a sprinkle on the money line, but it just depends if it's going to be a full unit or not. And if it is, I'll tweet it out.
I'll respect. Great job from Wine Time Sports. Kansas +5 will be moving on Tulane, but wants the Brendan Lewis injury news to come to the forefront and the books to adjust. And if not, it'll just give more power and confidence to the spot. The difference between 3.5, 4.5 is pretty negligible, but you do hit 4 at times. Northwestern +14.5, UCF +1.5, and the money line double up in the bounce house for our guy Wine Time and the UCF Knights. Excellent work in NBA, a double up spot for the Atlanta Hawks. One thing that we've noticed with Wine Time and I working together is that, we hit the same spots, a lot of the same spots. And I agree with where he's at with the Hawks and with the Grizzlies this evening. Excellent work, Wine Time. As always, I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Wine Time Sports, because he rocks Wednesday, Friday, and he also will be one of the stars of the tailgate tomorrow. Action is high, and this is the time of year where we need to bank. And we believe in you, Wine Time, my man. Thank you for all your hard work. Hit that link and support our guy, Wine Time Sports, and support the tailgate tomorrow. Wine Time, my man. Thank you. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Oh, appreciate you, Jim. Appreciate you, Gorky, Stacks, Billy, everyone that's came on today, everyone in the chat, our guy Rez Mob, We Do Wager Detective, Kyle Fields, Troy Torrance, all my guys in there, guys. Shout out to you guys. We're going to be right back here. Early time, 7 a.m. for me over here on the West Coast, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for most of you guys. Tomorrow morning, the tailgate. It's going to be an exciting show, guys. We've got all kinds of plays and all kinds of games to talk about and break down our best bets. So I'm looking forward to it, guys. Make sure to check out any of the videos. If you guys want to see any of my other plays that we talked about earlier in the week, posted on Pub Sports Radio. Go hit the like button for your boy. Good luck to you guys on this CFL. Love you guys. Good luck on all your action. I'm outie.
Wine Time Sports in the house. By the way, just before we get into CFL, Jose's spot, market-based spot, is Colorado State plus 4.5. 90% of the tickets in cash are on UNLV, and this has gone through the 6, through the 5, and down to a 4.5. He wants us to take a look at Colorado State. But the Goracle and I move on to Canada here. And Gorky has a take that, if he is right, will cost me a lot of money. Now, not just $500, but 5 plus 550.
That's kind of a lot, Jim.
Well, what's a lot is the
any loss is a lot, brother. It's a
no. What's a lot is the 2750 that would be in my pocket if profit if Montreal wins the Grey Cup, and they are 2 wins away from the Grey Cup. I have moved on the Lions to win the Grey Cup. No other futures. It's not like I've spread it around. That's it. Those are the only futures. It was just Montreal, and then I added BC before their victory over Calgary. We'll get into BC in a second. Jim Dewigger says, here we go, championship weekend. Montreal Alouettes 10-8, 6-3 on the road. The Hamilton Ticats 11-7, 5-4 at home. We're at Hamilton Stadium in Hamilton, Ontario. It's cool. 44 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 7-mile-per-hour winds. Bobano, a Hamilton Tiger Cat season ticket holder, has bet on the Alouettes on the money line at minus 148. Now, he got a better line than that, but he made that official on Thursday. He's also on the over 52 and a half. Now, we've watched this Hamilton Tiger Cat squad Jekyll and Hyde throughout the year. What we know about them is their offense is very strong. Bo Levi Mitchell is comfortable in these types of situations, big games. He's not going to be nervous. But their defense has been questionable at times. And while their offense has gone missing, it doesn't go missing at home. At home is where you can trust them. This Hamilton Stadium is going to be sold out and loud, supporting Oski, Wee Wee, and the Tiger Cats. Hamilton opens up at plus 1.5, Gorky, and I was astonished. So I think the fact that this is moved to 3 is not that big of a deal. I think the opening line was what was nuts to me. And so when you see a line that doesn't make sense and then it moved towards the favorite, that doesn't really give me more confidence in the favorite. Now, you don't want it to move against you, but still, this should have opened up at 3. At the worst, it should open up at a 2.5 juice. So the fact that it's at 3 now, I don't put too much emphasis into that. From a total side of things here, we have a 54 now. Bobano gave us a 52.5. It was a 52.5. It didn't move to 54 until yesterday afternoon. So it's now a 54. The Goracle, you are not on the side of the Alouettes. Now, if Hamilton is to win, they're going to have to score against what I believe now healthy is the best defense in the Canadian Football League. they're capable of doing that. The question is, can the Tiger Cats slow down the Alouettes from scoring? Take it away, Gorky. Alouettes, Tiger Cats, Hamilton Stadium.
Jim, I think the books moving this game to 3 actually gives Hamilton backers a little bit more of a ballsy proposition here. Why? Because I think they're grading the Alouettes on the team that was the best defense when healthy, with Sean Oakman in the lineup and on the roster. Now Sean Oakman has regressed to the old Sean Oakman, been released the night before the semifinal game and the East semifinal. And I think this defense showed its regression points against Winnipeg in that second half. Winnipeg came out and absolutely blitzed Montreal. I was lucky to get out of there with a money line victory, even though it was, I think, 9 or 10 points in the end. It didn't feel that comfortable. Believe me. That's why I believe in this Tiger Cats team at home. I believe that there will be, there has to be possible regression from the Alouettes quarterback. His 12-0 career to start in the CFL, there has to be a point where that comes to an end. And for me, that's here in a hostile environment in Hamilton. And I think the Tiger Cats get one stop and get the job done.
How are you betting this?
Money line.
What did you get?
Plus 100.
Ticats money line here. It's, this last 7 games, Davis Alexander has been healthy, and the Alouettes are winning by an average of 10 points a game, 9.7. The Ticats can't stop the run. Now, it's not really how Montreal beats you.
Okay, but Stevie Scott doesn't really scare me, Jim.
No, that's fair, but they're worst in the entire league. It's their defense that I just can't trust. Now, their defense does have playmakers on it. They get a ton of takeaways here. Denny Martez, I'll put the link here in the chat here in a second. Let me just set up our next game.
I wouldn't be surprised, Jim, if I also play around with the totals in both of these games and just take both of them to go over and parlay them. But I'm not gonna talk about that yet because I haven't moved on it. If I do, I will tweet it out. You guys can see that on my Twitter.
I like it. I if I was going to move on an over, I would want this one. Alouettes, Ticats. I have some concern about the over in our next one. Let me just pop this link here for anybody who wants to see Wine Time's breakdown from Wednesday on Oregon. Here, this is the Oregon, Iowa. So here, I'll just put Oregon.
Wine Time and I are going head-to-head in that game directly. It is part of my parlay that I talked about on Tuesday with Peter. So, yeah, that's part of my parlay. It's the carrier of my parlay, actually.
That's going to be a fun one. He's been heavy on Iowa all year as well.
Yes, he has.
Let's talk about the last spot on the board here for our show and for the Western Final, and it's a beauty. Takes place in Saskatchewan, Regina, Saskatchewan at Mosaic Stadium. It's going to be loud and it's going to be cold. 24 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 5 mile per hour winds. Bobano has given us the Lions team total over 24.5. I moved and I was late, and it was my fault. Just a little overwhelmed with stuff, and I was planning how much to bet on it, but you wait a little too long. Line moves against you. I had to spend minus 122 on the Lions plus 3.5. And I put a unit and a half on it. And I already have plus 360 to win the Grey Cup. I'm hesitant to get involved in the total, but I do think it's a total that you can mess with. The question is, I don't really know what the Rough Riders offense is capable of. They had such a big lead in the West down the stretch that Trevor Harris was resting when he didn't want to. When he was in, he didn't look very good. Now, we know what they're capable of. They're capable of being the best team in the CFL. The thing is that Nathan Rourke, I mean, we have a quarterback in Montreal that's 12-0 in his career. And right now, he's the second best quarterback in the CFL.
Yeah.
Nathan Rourke, it was funny because remember when we started the year, I said that the first 4 games of quarterback play from Davis Alexander was the best quarterback play I'd seen in a decade. Well, that lasted 3 months because what Nathan Rourke is doing at quarterback is better than anything I've seen in a long, long time. The question is, the Lions' defense is a problem. I just don't know if the Rough Riders have what it takes to attack them, especially in the cold. This total has not moved off the 53.5. I'm looking at a sharp book right here that has moved it to 54, but they opened it at 54, and so they didn't move it. I didn't realize that. I thought it was 53.5, but they opened at 54, and they've moved 5 cents towards the under. On the point spread here, we have a 3. Some books have it as a flat 3. The 3, when it moved at BOL, was juiced towards the BC Lions. I got in on the 3.5. I think this is just too many points. I really think with this on the line, with the cold weather, you put it all together. There's a reason why the Lions team totals at 24.5 and they've gone over it 10 straight games. I mean, isn't it a real legitimate possibility here, Gorki, that the Lions could win this 23-20?
Especially because it's outside and it's Saskatchewan in November. It's gonna be like what?
24 Fahrenheit.
-2?
No, that would be like -4. Let me just 24 Fahrenheit to Celsius is -4.44.
Okay, so yeah, it's cold. This is a dome team, guys. This team plays inside for their home team. So that part of me being on the Lions kind of scares me here. But I just think that the fact is that the Riders here or come in here having wrapped up the West in what? Pretty much July. And so they've been the best team in the West for basically the entire year. And here I just think that the Lions, even their defense is now starting to be what I call underrated. Why? Because they are able to get a couple of stops, especially when it's Key and Kamoko Toure and these guys. And Betts, Matthew Betts, that guy is a player. Let's go with the more explosive team here, and I think they get it done at plus 160.
Yeah, I agree with you. So you were saying though that you were interested in overs in both games, and then
I meant the number, Jim. I didn't mean, or I may have said overs, but I would be on the under if I play anything, or I would be on the team total over for BC if it's that low, like 27. Yeah, you're gonna have to score 28 points in a CFL game. Even if you go on to lose the game itself, you're going to have to score 28 points to even think about being competitive in the CFL.
I am going to, and I don't want to do this because I don't want to like kind of mess up my action. The good thing is I do have a unit and a half on the Lions at plus 3.5. So I'm going to have to bet the under here. I have to. It's just too high for a playoff game where the winner goes to the Grey Cup, and it's
like it could hit 50 and still not hit the yeah, you're probably right. Especially with the fact that it's outside.
I'm gonna have to do it. I didn't.
It's outside. It's gonna be cold. These guys are gonna be wearing those pockets for their hands. The quarterbacks, you know. It's
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna bet this soon. I'm actually a little surprised it hasn't moved, but I'm not.
What's the injury situation with BC and both of these teams, Jim?
I just had it up. Let me grab it here once again. This is the final injury report we have for these BC Lions. They're a pretty healthy group. Dejon Allen is on the offensive line, is out, but there's not. Everybody's good to go. Like there's no concerns here. You have Adam Konar out.
But that's not a guy that really.
No, and he was practicing in full. They're just choosing, not to have.
So he will be inactive because of a coach's decision.
Yes, but they have him listed as out. But inactive would be the better term. We have here for the Rough Riders. There's a full belief that Keyshawn Johnson will be good to go. That's the expectation. Dante Myers, another wide receiver, is going to be good to go. They're a pretty healthy group. You have Shane Ray, but no one thought Shane Ray was going to be on the defensive line anyways. He's out. Aju is in. Like everybody's good to go.
That guy may be a difference maker in this game. That guy that guy makes some crazy catches.
Big body like that. Because it's not going to be snowing. There was a concern that it would be snowing. It's not going to be. It's just going to be cold. The ground's going to be hard. We've already heard Troy Torrance say that this is a situation where you bet first half unders and not the full game under. But I want both here just because of the importance of this football game.
Troy Torrance on the CFL would be a great thing.
Yeah, I wish he came up here and played. So there you go. Gorki on the Lions money line at plus 160. And I told you guys the Lions on the money line. To reach the Grey Cup was plus 160. And then when they beat Calgary, the Lions on the money line was where Gorki bet at 160 or 165.
160, Jim. And the lines for both of these games, even at my book, have been moving. So it's they kind of don't know what to do with this. Like I got the best numbers basically because they're basically back to what they were, but you never know, right? And I just feel really confident about both of my spots. Now I know that would hurt my colleagues, so I'm not very celebratory. If I'm able to squeak one out, I would be ecstatic. I hope that it would be the first one, so that I hope that it would be the second one, so that we can both party. Actually, is what I should say. But if I had to choose one, I believe more in the first spot.
If the Tiger Cats beat the Alouettes, I will be extremely impressed with your call here. Extremely impressed because, you have a 12-0 quarterback. I know he's on the road, but we've been bullish on the Owls all year, and it's that would be the call of the year here, taking the Tiger Cats. You have Bobano, who is a season ticket holder, fading his own team. That would be the call of the year. Gorki on the Tiger Cats money line and the BC Lions money line. I really just need one of them.
Yeah, really.
Need one of them. Fuck. One of them. Great job, Gorki.
And you are on the win the Grey Cup with BC, right? So
yes, I took win the Grey Cup, not reach the Grey Cup, and that took a while to figure out that it was just not worth. Because again, and it worked out to my advantage because then we got here and it was plus 160, 165 on the money line anyways. With the Calgary game would have meant nothing.
My question is only because if Gorki hits one of these two, Jim is still alive to win the Grey Cup, yes?
And the guaranteed profit and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's Gorky's X handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our friend the Goracle. Puts all his action out on X. Once asks for nothing in return except for you to
even if
succeed.
it's action, guys, that we don't cover on the show, I put it out because I believe in it. And today, actually, this afternoon, early this afternoon, I already cashed in the EuroLeague. I defeated FS Anadolu with Milano, so that's pretty good. I got 3 units back.
Oh, I love to hear it, Gorky. I love to hear it. Thank you for all that you do for us. The Goracle in the house. Gorky, any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Guys, just support every day. Watch us, because all we do is try to get you guys winners, and we play the vast majority of everything that we talk about, obviously. And when we don't, we tell you about it, that we are not going to move on it, but we do have opinions on pretty much every game, because this is a community with a wealth of knowledge about sports, and I love to see it. Sorry about this, Jim. Just a moment. I gotta
No
shut it up.
No worries.
And guys, just follow the show every day, and tomorrow don't forget to tune in for the tailgate and the best place, because I'm telling you what, that's probably going to be the most profitable spot of the entire channel, because all we do there is win. All of us are profitable, Jim, on that show. Like it's insane. It's insane. We feed off of each other, and it's a winning machine. The tailgate. Every day, every weekend, brother. It's the you want to win, you go to the tailgate.
I love it, Gorky, my man. I will be in touch with you. We will see you on a live stream, NFL live stream here very soon. There he is.
We will. Yes, we will.
The Goracle in the house. Let's put a bow on the proceedings. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here. Another week in the books. Thank you to Victor for setting up the graphics for me. I know it's difficult, and it takes a ton of time to put those together. So thank you very much. Let's review all action here, and then I got to make some bets. And the weekend is here, man. The weekend is here. And as I said, we're running real nice in the sport that was giving me the most trouble. Looking forward to see if we can keep stacking there. Justin McKelvey, stacks play today number 1. Furman -2.5. Stacks play today number 2. Kent State -6. I'm on both of those first halves, and that we did not know that. We tweeted our action. We're like, oh god, this is perfect. Gorky, Houston, Memphis money line is the play of the day there. We have Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play of the day is Kansas money line. He's going up against the very dangerous combination of Daby Cab and Justin McKelvey on North Carolina. But he's not alone. Wager detective with Pig Milk too. Shout out to Pig Milk. Thank you for the kind words, G. And yes, he's already crossed the 50 unit mark on single unit bets. I've only seen one person ever get to 100 units on single unit bets. It was about 7 years ago, and put them out. Like have them public and then actually get to 100 units. I've only seen one person ever do it. It's all good, G. Don't worry. I knew where you were at. And Ole E will be in the Discord dropping NFL team total looks all weekend. I love it. I love it here. Let's keep going through the action. We have 9 legacy flank stake play today is North Carolina. I wanted to know if Quick was going to be in that Rangers Detroit game. I wasn't. If I was going to take the Rangers with Quick in, which I'm not. With Quick coming off a shutout, I wanted to get the plus money. Quick was announced in. That was my fear. I'm going to be on the Rangers tomorrow night. I don't want, because spreadsheet play today is on the Rangers too. I don't want my friends to lose, but from a gambling situation, if the Rangers do lose to the Red Wings, they'll make it more appealing to back against the Islanders with Shesty and net. Shout out to our guy, Ron Crawford. If you're listening on headphones, you might want to bring it down a little bit. Here is our guy, Spreadsheet Play Today on the New York Rangers. Todd Clinton, my man, Todd Clinton. If we're going to talk about the best play on the board here for the weekend, I mean, I want to go to college football because I want to get all my action in here now because of the run we've been on since Saturday. But it would probably be in the NFL. That'd be the one I would trust the most. I might join you guys on the 6.5 in Minnesota, New York Islanders. I agree with it. I'll sit with it for a little longer. I'm on the under 6 in Chicago, Calgary, and I'm on the under 6.5 at -120 in Winnipeg, San Jose. Then we have my college basketball bets. Furman, first half -1. Hofstra, first half money line. Washington State, first half +3. Kent State, first half -3. And Southern Indiana, first half +0.5 at -110. And 2-1 to start the year. These all are following the same method, the same plan, the same situational plan as the first three. So we'll see how they bang out. We have BJ's best bet of the day is North Carolina money line. Kong's smash play of the week is Hyder Emil money line and Joseph Morales money line. That's at +106. He's on Houston money line tonight and USC team total over 33.5. Stacks, Jaylen Brown over 25.5 points. So let me take a look at the NFL here, Todd, and then I'll get back to you. Hawks, I really like Atlanta. I would say in NBA, that's the spot that appeals to me most. You don't have your best player, or arguably your best player, in Ice Tray. You're going up against a team that's won 3 straight. They've already beaten you by 20 in your home court, and you go from a pick'em to a favorite. I think Atlanta's a really good bet here. Wine time double down on it. Then we have Brian Palmer, best play of the day, Hawks money line as well. He's also on Pistons -9.5. Justin's on Storm and Norman Powell over 23.5 +105. Heat -6 -107. I'm going to be with Wine Time on the Grizzlies -4. I'm going to be on the Bucks. We have Justin on the over 239.5 and Giannis 35+. Kong's Clips is on Milwaukee money line tied with Giannis 10+ boards at -108. Then we have Justin on the Timberwolves first half -7 -107. He's on Jokic triple double. I'm going to be on the Nuggets. And I'm going to be on the Thunder, and I may also be on this under in Thunder Sacramento. It's just moved too far. It's just moved ridiculously too far. Ron Crawford, play of the day in NBA, is the Denver Nuggets and Colorado State for Jose Bouquet at +4.5. Let's take a quick run through from my man Todd for the NFL action that we are presently on. I'm going to finish off my college football action here shortly. But what would I say is the bet that I like the most? Let's just get one little bit of information here. And I know what it is. But let me just get a little bit of information on one injury update. And let's get this here. Okay. Let's take a look at Houston's injury report here. And it looks... Wow, they're so beaten up, which still I don't want Jacksonville. Still, I don't want Jacksonville, despite all this. So yeah, CJ Stroud ruled out. I like that under, I think, best. The under 38 in Houston, Jacksonville. I'm on the first half and the full game under. But that I think is my favorite spot on the board. Let's just compare it to one other. Would anything come close to it? Yeah, that was beautiful, Todd. That was very easy. They don't always work out like that. I mean, I got the Rams -3. It's up to 5.5, 6. And I do have a 3-team parlay, which is a rarity for me, very rare. I'll give you that one too. It's a +174. The risk reward's pretty nice. It's Ravens, Lions, Rams. Ravens, Lions, Rams. I really like that first half under on Monday night with Green Bay, Philly. I love that under. Let's just take one last look and see what they've done with the Lions to see if that Jacksonville, Houston. Also, they put it at such a low number, which scares everybody off. I love the lowest taking the under on the lowest total on the board. I don't look for the lowest total on the board. You got to let it happen naturally. Yeah, this is anything above 37 is important. If you can get another 37.5 in Jacksonville, Houston, that would be my favorite spot on the board. The other under I have, wow, look at that. Good God. Crushed that. I didn't even get the best line. The Carolina New Orleans Saints under, it's down to 38. Good God, I love that. I only got 40.5, but those are key numbers. I'm on the first half under 20.5 too. Oh, yeah. So those are, I would say those are my two favorite. But now that the now that New Orleans Carolina's down to 38, I love them both though. I love unders this week. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. G, Old E, Wager Detective, Todd Clinton, Man, Bear, Pig, Rez, Mob, Ayo, D, Andrew, G, Jim, Dewigger, all of you guys, Martez, Denny, Aaron, Gaza, We Do, The Godfather, Kyle Fields, Jerry Jones, Rants, Troy Torrance. Thank you guys so much. Truly, thank you. Thank you to our guests that rocked with us here live. It was a very, very important show. I think we're going to get that cash. Thank you to our NBA cappers, Justin McKelvey, Billy Brisbane, and Wine Time Sports. Thank you to Daby Cab for capping college basketball with us. And then thank you to the Goracle for CFL. That is our show for today. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for supporting our channel here. Gooey McDougal, loved your breakdowns here. I hope you got to where you were traveling safe and sound. Now it's time for us to go out there and get this money. Get this fucking money. Leche! Hey, los bookmakers. Let's get this cash. Roll that shit. Light that shit. I smoke it.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit Trot Wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit Nut Flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the Bay to homie Moose Money Bets. From Brooks to West, cash checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit Noli Knowles. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Brisbane. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobino. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.